Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. We are live on a sensational Saturday night. We are the Wrestling for Life Network. This is another live stream. We got AEW Collision. We also got some Wrestling Revolver, sprinkling a little GCW maybe, and a whole bunch else to go, folks. It's going to be a fun one. Me and that pretty face are going to rock all the way through it tonight. So make sure you get in that chat. Hit like, hit subscribe. We are growing by the minute. Let's have a fun one. Strap in, strap on. Let's go. Ding, ding, ding. We are live and back at it again, folks. Like I said, we are the Wrestling for Life Network. Thank you for joining us. I hope everyone out there is doing well. We are set to go on a jam-packed night of wrestling fun. As I said, get in that chat. Don't be shy. Click those likes. We're breaking records here on this channel every single day. So it's going to be a fun one. It's Saturday, Collision, Wrestling Revolver season finale. So that one's going to be good. It's their, kind of end of the year. And then there's other things going on in the wrestling world too, plus all the rumors and everything else we're going to talk about. But I will remind you, I am Mr. Every Night KJ White, the Iron Man at YouTube, and that is Big Fluffy Nick.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, the Wrestling for Life Network proudly brings to you its YouTube tag stream champions of the world, the Every Night Delight KJ White. I am Big Nick, and yes, 100%, we've got pretty much a Continental Classic Collision. Try and say that 5 times fast. But we do also have Kiera Hogan taking on Abaddon as well. We've got Wrestling Revolver stacked card 100%. I know that there's also a GCW show going on. We've got hockey games going on that we're paying attention to. We got the college football games, the championship Saturday going on. Alabama just upset Georgia. So everything's, kicking off around here, just like over at the channel. Big things popping, little things stopping up, but some season never sleeps.
All right. Sweet home Alabama. Let's go.
But you live at home in a trailer.
That's the best. But yeah, like you said, tons going on tonight. I mean, I was shocked to see an Abaddon match added. Halloween's over, my guy. We're doing the
Abaddon like the fucking gopher or good luck Chuck or whatever the groundhog. There we go.
There you go. I was like, what are you trying to say?
Yeah, I was trying. I was doing cross-continental there because you're over in Canada and everything. But she's the groundhog, it feels, of AEW wrestling. She only shows her shadow in October, so it's nice to see her booked outside of there.
Yeah, crazy. 3 Continental Cup matches. Revolver, for those who don't know, is a pretty stacked night. Lots going on there. A lot of familiar faces, including, I guess, one of the main people on the poster would be the Grizzled Young Vets.
Let's go. I'm excited to watch them back as the Grizzled Young Veterans. Excuse me there. But yeah.
I still want to call them Schism for some reason.
I hated that name, everything. I wanted them to move up as the Grizzled Young Vets when they got latched onto that. I was like, this is not going to go good. And then towards the end, they were starting to make it work a little bit there. Like towards the very tail end, you felt like they could maybe turn this ship around, and then just nope.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I thought they were really talented. I liked how they came in. I liked them in NXT UK, and it just never worked out. It just never became. And I would really say that Gacy's old gimmick, we're trying to figure out what the new gimmick is, but that whole triad, schism, family tree nonsense, even with the Rock's daughter, it just never felt right. It never kind of had the vibe that you're looking for.
But still, even to take the Grizzled Young Vets that were very much like your Tyler Bates, your Pete Dunn's and everything coming over, you had that in the tag division. You're going to take them and then put them in the spooky gimmick, and they all have contacts and shit like that. It just was a failure to launch out of the gate, and you had something that I feel if Vince McMahon wasn't in charge at the time and Laurinaitis wasn't there as well. I almost wanted to say Pritchard, but I know Pritchard's still there. That we would have just gotten them as the Grizzly Young Vets. They would have just been a badass technical tag team.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if you were going to push them into the spooky gimmick and kind of paint them up a little bit, you're going to want to have them be dominant, right? Have them be a really good tag team so that it matters when they appear from the dark, you're like, oh my God. But they were so inconsistently booked that way. If they had more of that persona, it might have worked.
They started off damn near almost as jobbers.
Pretty much. So,
yeah.
But Wrestling Revolver tonight, there is a bunch of matches on that as well. Gonna say hi to Quinlan, Greg, Bonkers,
What?
Damian. Damian always looking forward to stuff. A Bruins fan, but Pasta did get the goal. I don't want to hear it.
I'm like an honorary Maple Leafs fan now.
There you go. Well, we're trailing
Maple Leaf by marriage, I guess.
Right. Trailing by one, going into intermission.
Fair enough.
Watching Michigan versus Iowa over Collision. There you go, Alexis.
Let's go, Michigan. I think they have the chance to be the number one team going into the college football playoffs. On a side note,
we are Pro Wrestling's in the house. Welcome back, Eric Tate. Good to see Bonkers Boston. Eric Tate. Alexis is back.
Trey, what up? Christian, what up? Alexis letting us know Detroit 3-1. Red Wings forever. So see, we are Pro Wrestling there. James is out there.
There you go.
Detroit guy. GCW starts in 5 minutes. And so does Collision.
All right, there you go. Brandon's back with us. I ordered the Kiss End of the Road concert pay-per-view event from MSG. Did you really? Interesting.
Well, I'm sure Gene Simmons thanks you.
Right, Christian's back with us. In case you missed it, the Big 12 Championship, The Undertaker. And then I put up the video on our YouTube of Jade giving Nelly a belt.
Yeah, well, and even then, Undertaker handed off the championship belt. WWE was very much big into the Big 12 Championship this year. Interesting, though, that Jade hasn't even had a match or anything yet in WWE, and she's there.
Yeah, she's a star.
Shows you the investment and the view that they have with her.
Yeah, for the people that say they have buyer's remorse, no. They got some refining to do.
No, it's that they have this thing called time that they can wait on it. They don't need to do it right away.
Right. Big fluffy Nick. Pause.
What? My Gabriel Iglesias?
Right. AJ, sorry, Leafs tonight. 1-0. Well, don't be sorry. I mean, it's early. It's early.
Right.
What's up, Steve G? Richard Jr. back with some craziness. Trey's in the house. Who else? Did I get Paul Carpenter?
Paul. Everybody. But, well, speaking of Collision, as we're about to kick off with about 4 minutes left, we talk about the 6 men that we have beneath us. Pause. We've got Daniel Garcia taking on Andrade. You have Brody King taking on Claudio, which I think is going to be a hell of a match. I think all 3 of these actually are going to be hell of a matches. And then we have Danielson taking on Eddie Kingston. Snake Plissken actually is going to take the patch off and try and have a match.
I'm wondering if Eddie Kingston wins this match or it goes a draw.
I hope so. Just please. Like, Eddie Kingston right now is already like my Buffalo Bills in this whole tournament of like, you need to pick up this win.
Well, I think it's more compelling if Eddie wins. You can sell it on the fact that Bryan's still messing with, his eye's still a little bulgy or ring rust, if you will. And it makes it very compelling at that point because you can understand why Bryan takes the L. Plus, Bryan loves doing a job, any day of the week, he'll take a job for you.
Pause.
But yeah, I mean, part of me was thinking that today of could they give the W here to Eddie? Does it right better? Because if Eddie goes 0-2 and he's pretty much done, I mean, dude.
Yeah, you lose a lot of momentum. And also, though, does Danielson need to take an L? Because this seems like this has kind of already been predetermined as like his tournament almost, it feels like. So
yeah,
does he run the gamut or does he take an L to make that thing a little bit in doubt?
Yeah, I think so. He loses the first one. He's dejected. He's kind of bummed out because, he's been hurt and blah, 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 blah. You have that story to tell then, and then he wins the next 2 or draws and then wins, and he goes into the 3rd match and it's must win, and the Karate Kid pulls it off.
Right. I actually do have the scoring pulled up for the Continental Classic, and we do want to talk about that real quick.
Okay.
So far in the Gold League, you have Moxley at 6 points and Swerve at 6 points, which he showed up at House of Glory last night, and shout out Santana for becoming new House of Glory World Champion as well.
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
Well, we're going to see Ortiz tonight on Wrestling Revolver. So
Exactly.
even though they're not together, still kind of making a footnote in pro wrestling. But Jay White at 1-1 with 3 points. Roosh with 1-1 at 3 points. No Tom Sawyer. Jay Lethal at 0-2. I've seen people saying that he's kind of, there just to be the jobber. And then you have Mark Briscoe already at 0-2 just in the Gold League.
Heartbreaking, especially for what Ring of Honor means to the Briscoe family. To me, it's heartbreaking that he's not in contention.
I go back to this is a hatui onto what we all know and love as Ring of Honor. Amen. Mark Briscoe is 0-2. Eddie Kingston might go 0-2. The Ring of Honor World Championship is going to be gone after this tournament. Hatui.
It's not, yeah, man. You're not wrong.
And then in the Blue League, we have Claudio with 3 points with 1-0. Brody, 3 points, 1-0. Eddie's already 0-1. Garcia's 0-1. And Danielson and Andrade have yet to have a match yet in the tournament.
Yeah, another interesting thing. Why are they not fighting each other tonight?
Well, right? It's still all round rabbit.
Round rabbit. Rascally wabbit.
Oh, you rascally wabbit, you. I'll get you, Tony Khan, and you rascally wabbits. But no, it seems very much like the Gold League's had most of the matches so far.
Yeah, well, they had to delay a little, make sure Bryan could go. I hope he's okay. I hope he's not injured. I hope he can survive a match. But yeah, it'll be very compelling. I imagine Garcia takes a loss. I think I have a personal issue with the idea that if like 3 of the final 4 are BCC, I'm going to be upset.
I feel like it's going to kind of go that way, though.
Whew, I hope not.
Claudio's middle of the pack guy, probably towards the front for the Blue League. Danielson, I think he's still the clear favorite. Moxley and Swerve, I think they run away with that whole division. Jay White maybe falls into that Claudio spot because Swerve's on a heater right now. Swerve is destined to be a world champion in AEW.
And that's my concern. I really hope it goes well. I got the start of Collision, by the way, up. We're getting the backstage hellos.
Hello.
Flexible with Andrade.
What?
So weird. But yeah, I mean, we'll see how this tournament plays out. I mean, it's got potential. But again, when you have somebody like Swerve who is on a bit of a heater and he doesn't make it out of this tournament or doesn't even, maybe he doesn't get to the finals because you kind of have other guys in mind, it's a little bit deflating.
Facts. Sorry, I had to jump my sources as to how I'm watching it. So I've got Claudio on my screen right now. Are you there? Are you close?
I'm ahead.
I've got Andrade.
I got Garcia.
All right, I'll let you know when I get there.
Big pop for Pirate Bryan.
I told you, Snake Plissken escaped from AEW.
A big pop for Pirate Bryan.
Why is the Punk gone? That's what everyone's asking around Bryan right now. Pirate Bryan is, why is the Punk gone? I have Garcia right now. As I say, my other source was even behind this one. So
yeah, I'm gonna try something here as well. See if I back myself
fair
off
enough,
this.
fair enough.
I can't pause the situation.
Now I got Pirate Bryan out here looking like fucking Metal Gear Solid.
Right. There's the crazy thing, Nick. The 2 biggest pops, Bryan and Eddie Kingston.
Yeah.
By far.
Oh, I think 100%. I think that's the thing is I would have liked to have seen Eddie versus Danielson as like a final for this, not a first round match or second round, whatever the fuck matchup.
Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong.
Right.
Saturday. All right, folks, the show is kicking off. We will have all the action at the top of the hour. We're going to slide in a little bit of Wrestling Revolver as well. It's going to be a fun one all night long. Again, we might take a little peek at some other stuff, but no promises. And anyone out there watching some other stuff can let us know what's going on in the other stuff.
Right. Just don't get your stuff mixed in with my stuff. I don't know. What comes around is all around, Ricky. As now I've got Saturday. My day late and $1 short constantly with you. Money, that's an A+ comment. Big pop for Garcia. Is his family in the crowd? Well, we're not near Buffalo, I don't think so.
Nope. Well, they could be. I mean, they're not near Buffalo.
Right. Well, Nico said, "Is the best thing I've ever seen." Well, thank you for the compliment, sir. I'll take that as a compliment since you did clarify what was the best thing you've ever seen. So I'll take it as us.
There you go. Nigel's wearing a T-shirt that says "Save the Clam."
Pause.
I
What?
I don't know. I don't know where that came from, but
where do we go from there, Scooby?
He legit wearing a T-shirt that says "Save the Clam."
Maybe he's a big fan of isn't that the bar in Family Guy?
Right, the oyster. Oh no, the clam. Yeah, it was the clam. You're right. Yeah. What is it called? Man,
I don't know.
Ask me things when I'm on vitamins.
You're fine.
You're fine. Thank you. Jeff Jarrett thought, or Jeff Jarrett tonight, or we riot.
So, from my sources, my producer backstage, aka Mrs. Big Nick, it's called the Drunken Clam. So I was right.
Drunken Clam. That's right. I was thinking the Drunken Oyster.
The voice externally outside of my head, and it's not you this time or the chat. Let me know the name of the band, the bar.
The Wrestling for Life Network has checked with its sources.
Right. We have sources now. SRS. Shout out SRS, by the way. Just I know people are gonna make fun of the dude with doing that, but he did raise money for mental health and everything like that. I mean, you do you, boo boo. I wouldn't be out there taking bumps, but you do you, boo boo.
Hey, listen, it was for a good cause. I'm all for it.
Right.
Okay. I have
Claudio and Brody King coming up next on my screen.
I got the graphic for Daniel Garcia and El Idolo. Okay, so you're ahead of me on that feed.
All right, let me know when you have like Brody's entrance. I'm assuming it's Brody's entrance because everything's blacked out.
Yeah, it's Brody's.
Okay.
My other feed's way ahead, but I can't pause it.
Then fine. I mean, you can have that. That's what I'm probably going to be mad at.
All right. One.
So I got Brody walking out right now. So, folks, let us know who you're taking in this match, whether you're taking Claudio Castagnoli or you're taking Brody King. Two, I guess, AEW's versions of Big Beefy Boys slapping meat. Pause.
You're two big men. I mean, Brody King, I'm a big fan of. I got Brody walking out now, sir.
Yes. He got the little lower thirds who are like pretty much as good as we're going to get, I feel. Does Brody go swinging, though?
That'd be very interesting if he could pull it off. He's a big dude.
Oh, I think he could. He sat there and I was watching back like WrestleMania 35 the other day to where Sheamus is hitting all the beats of the Boweries as Claudio's just swinging nonstop in the center of the ring. So 100% Brody can go swinging.
So now I got Brody in the middle of the ring, spotlight on him.
I got Claudio's entrance.
No, not yet. Big paw for Daniel Garcia. Yeah, I got that one.
Let me know when you get Claudio walking out. Like straight out the gate.
Right about
dun, dun.
Now.
Okay. So we're like as perfect as we're gonna get. So no one touch anything. Except for y'all in the chat, make sure you hit all them like buttons, hit all the bell notifications, hit all the links. We got the Discords, we got the merch stores, we got anything and everything for you.
There you go. Good evening to everyone. Hope everyone has had a good Thanksgiving. Jason, welcome back. Thank you for that. Ronnie's in the house. It's weird to hear Lana with her regular voice, isn't it? It doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem right.
She's not talking about the ravishing Russian Rusev.
Right. Rush.
Yeah, no, she just seems like your regular, like Florida girl, like sorority chick.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And again, I still don't quite understand this whole. I don't know who my wife is. Blah 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 blah. What? Just work together, bro. I don't know what it is.
Nobody knows. No one has understood any sort of Miro and Lana story for about 4 years now.
Easy. He's like, she's my wife. I really don't like her though.
What the? But anyway, who you got, Claudio or Brody King, sir?
Brody.
Fair enough. I'll take swinging. I'll take the Swiss Superman, the Swiss Cyborg. I'll take Claudio Castagnoli.
There you go. Both men exchanging forearms, folks. Let us know. Let us know who you taking, who you taking.
Let's keep a counter of how many times we see a spot like this or similar like this and the chop spot tonight. We're already at 1. I think which is higher, commercial break spots or these spots?
Might be these spots because we might get like a couple of matches, especially Bryan's coming up. Bryan loves those spots. Eddie loves those spots.
Yeah.
We already got, one of each in this match.
I was gonna say we're right into the chop spot and everything.
Now it's turned into a clothesline spot. Christian, I like your comment. Just quickly, I like that, this whole rivalry between Aldis and Pierce right now.
I just even like Randy Orton's spot at the end of it after he just kind of was compelled by the power of the Viper, I guess, to sit there and RKO Nick Aldis. Wow.
Did you see the video of Jimmy selling the shit out of that RKO? To death. He is for life on that thing.
To where you have the stage crew rolling him out like oompa loompa oosady down and everything. They're rolling up the carpet and have to move him so they can keep rolling up the fucking carpet.
Right? That's so funny. So funny.
Yeah, I still even like Randy. Randy's great with, just going to sound weird, the facial expressions and everything after he hit the move to where he's just like, shit, I know I wasn't supposed to, but I mean, I'm Randy Orton.
The clothesline spots continue, but now outside of the ring.
Has there been another move in this match outside of the stalemate spot?
Mm-hmm. Why not just do a collar and elbow tie up and make it like one man pushes the other man back into the corner? That battle is strength. Like,
I would like to see if they went into the corner and you do that work in it, and then they've got to break them and everything because they're just going at it versus just standing in the ring, just tit for tat here constantly. Like, we're 10 minutes into the show and we are not seeing an actual offensive maneuver. Brody doesn't even fall after a big boot from Claudio.
My God, though. Huge scoop slam by Claudio.
Now, see, though, that I think works better if you miss like 3 minutes of that spots beforehand.
Yeah. Like you said, though, like if they lock up and you push them back into the corner, ref separates it, then, they kind of have a stalemate in the middle of the ring. Brody, throws a boot to the gut because he's fed up of Claudio's shit. And then we get into a scoop slam. And, here comes the European.
What is Claudio Castagnoli? Giant European uppercut.
What is me in the bathroom? European.
Well, that's funny that you say that as I pull up JV saying 2 barbarians fighting over the last piece of chicken. I guess that's your answer for what is you in the bathroom. Pause.
No, hope not.
50 minutes until Wrestling Revolver show starts. Bash, what up? Claudio, what up? Boston saying, do we get Punk on Monday? What do you think? Kind of have to, I feel.
I want him. I want it. Like, I would like that booking to happen. So I want him there for sure. I don't know. They seem like, why would you announce them for SmackDown and not announce them for Raw? They didn't announce.
They didn't announce them for SmackDown. I'm saying
that's what I mean.
Oh yeah, right. Because he had his signing ceremony like Randy did.
There should be something.
Maybe he just stays a free agent. I like him staying as a free agent. Then you can get the Roman storyline, and it's not violating the rules of the draft that has never been followed.
That's what I love about all this contract signing and bullshit. I'm like, people would just ran around willy-nilly forever. But I give them credit.
Now they matter.
Well, I give them credit. At least they started to matter because I advocated for it for so long. And at least it took them a while, but they finally getting around to having 2 shows.
Right. As we are in picture-in-picture right now. And King Hanako here with a comment saying, wow, what a match on Collision. Granted, the big close, the fucking stalemate spot, I kind of don't like. But is this, and especially what we've got even lined up for Collision tonight, telling us that AEW is moving away from, fine, we can't do stories. So we're not going to do stories, and we're just going to have really good matches.
Yeah, I mean, Wednesday, I think what it is selective stories. Like Christian Edge, you can have a story. MJF, you can have a story. No one else. Everyone else get in the ring and go. I don't want to hear your shit. I don't care what you think your story is. I don't want to hear it. So
well,
that might be better.
Yeah. Well, I've seen also a lot of people say that most of AEW storytelling is just like friends turning on each other, or I thought we were friends.
That's the biggest issue for me is like I'm watching grown ass men, like people our age who are like,
Mhm.
dude, you don't talk to me anymore. You talk to Kenny more than you talk to Adam. And like grown ass adult men don't talk like that. I mean, maybe some do, but none I hang out with are like, yo, you were hanging out with Bill on Saturday? What the fuck, bro? Like,
Right.
come on
Yeah.
now.
Well, and it's also not even whether you view it as that's something that happens in your day to day or whatever, but when that's the only story you tell,
Yeah.
you get it.
Fight over your women, fight over your money, fight over your spot,
Right
fight
over a
over.
freaking position, the records and shit that was supposed to matter that we haven't seen ever show up or anything like that. Fight
Mhm.
for your position in the fucking company. Like I said, Swerve's been the outlier because he's at least
Yeah.
got some sort of motivation outside of you're not my friends.
Hey, listen, I said, Tony, if this helps Tony focus, what you could do is really expand it and run it as a season long shit. And then you have the same thing going on, like a ranking system in Ring of Honor, and you can graduate like you get like the fucking Premier League where certain people on Ring of Honor move up, and then you just run like a series, like do it seasonal, do 2 a year, and do it like league format. And this way, we don't need the story; just put them in the fucking ring. We'll
That's
count
not
the
a bad
points.
shout at all.
We
But
give up.
heaven forbid they actually go back to using that whole ranking
Yeah.
system and the records or anything like that.
Right? Some people can get relegated back to Ring of Honor. You know, it's wicked.
Right? Big scoop slam from Brody,
Um,
leg drop or cannonball actually.
yeah, I agree with King here in the sense of once they kind of put their foot down on the gas, this has been a nice match. Nice match. The opening was just too long. There's other things you can do to me that are more exciting to start a wrestling match.
I feel like the match has just started right now. Like the first 15 minutes of this show,
Throwaway.
I'm just, you can throw that away. You can have that. That ain't even what I'm mad at. I ain't going to remember it. I'm just going to try
Oh
and get
my
rid of it.
god. Oh my god.
Oh, diving European uppercut into the corner from Claudio.
That was
And just all the
huge.
uppercuts.
He
We've
almost put
got
his
the
head in the
European,
bleachers.
Antarctic, the North American, the South American, the Asian.
Claudio up here calling his shot like baby Ruthie. They forced they forced Randy to sign a contract. Will they force CM Punk to sign? I don't know. That's a very interesting question. What if he like anti-establishment? I don't want to sign. You can't make me. And then eventually they work him into a corner.
Do we really think that they actually sign a contract? Like I know that's all. That's like
No, I
that's
know.
the super kayfabe answer, I
Yeah,
guess.
it's a kayfabe question, but yeah,
Yeah, fair enough. I think Punk stays a free agent because I think there is the potential, and I know some people are going back and forth about the Cody
oh,
story. There's the potential. Oh, Claudio with the like
damn.
creeping stomp onto Brody for a 2 count. But there's the potential we could get Roman versus Punk at Mania. And out of the 3 matches we could have with Roman, of Roman versus The Rock, Roman versus Punk, or Roman versus Cody, which one would you like to see the most?
I think Punk just because of, especially with the Paul Heyman aspect to it. I love it. I love the idea. Like I can't wait till Friday, and I want to hear like, "Oh, hey, old friend." Because
Right.
if anyone's going to take a pound of flesh, like, and do it without being obvious, it's Paul Heyman.
You tell me we get a WrestleMania build with two count with Heyman and Punk going back and back to
Ooh.
back at each other with promos. Sorry, Cody. You're the man of the never ending story, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I get it. And they've kind of painted themselves in the corner. And I do feel like part of the paint job was done by old Vinnie Mac.
That's
But
a good corner to be in, though, respectfully. I'd
you know
rather
what?
have too many options than no options or not enough.
Oh, again, it's ridiculous. And even when you look at, oh, dude, here it comes. Why
We're going
swinging the
swinging.
king?
1, 2, 3, 4,
Did you
5.
kind of
I'm
get into the
turning more
Arnold
and more
voice,
into
but not
Arnold
really?
here.
What do you do? 7?
8. You got 8. And now we're
8,
going to
8.
sharpshooter.
If Brody King taps out, I'm going to throw up in my mouth. I'm not going to lie.
Pause. Yeah, no, Brody don't tap. Brody to me, this is one match that to me you could almost have it end in a draw. Like we could almost maybe see the blue division, I guess, and have more draws and more contested from top to bottom here.
I got a feeling that Moxley's last match might be a draw, so he doesn't just run through it. It goes like two wins and a draw.
No, because then they'll make him run. They'll want to run it back. Brody gets to the rope.
There you go. Match continues.
That's why Claudio is the Swiss Superman.
It's true.
See, there's the fluff we were talking about earlier. Brother
What's up, Fluff?
If Punk stays a free agent, he can't ban people from being on the brand that he's on.
That should be a story.
I like it.
Right? I like it. Oh, but yeah, next Friday it has all the potential to be extreme. Oh, wow. Cannonball by Brody. Damn. Kicked out at 1.
I don't like that. Tell. This should be a fucking battle, not you can kick out at 1.
Yeah.
And especially if you're not going to fire up and go on a fucking heater after that.
Death Valley Driver on Brody King. Holy shit.
Oh.
What a match. But you're right. This match
called it a Canadian Destroyer, by the way. Fuck you, Shivani.
Shivani said Canadian Destroyer?
Yeah.
You putz.
He only knows how to say Sting.
I still don't understand the decision behind making him the lead on Collision. I thought that was a mistake.
Throw that on the scrap pile of everything else in AEW. I don't understand the decision behind X, Y, and Z.
Wow, Brody just
right hand pile driver.
Wow, another kick out. But to your point about the no sell, the match has a little bit more of an element if both guys look exhausted, exacerbated. They got nothing left. They've beaten the piss out of each other. Wow. I'll take the point, though.
Yeah, you ended on that, though. Like,
yeah.
All right match, but to me, it's one of those. This should be a hoss fight. You're selling that this tournament is your fucking workhorse title. Like you already tried with your TNT championship and your international championship. So I guess third time's the charm.
Right.
But you sell this as your top mid-card title. So you want guys to be fucking going to the depths in every match for here.
Yeah, that's it. It just changes the psychology of what you're watching and makes the big finish or the big moves that much. Oh my God, I can't believe he hit a Death Valley driver when he could barely stand.
Right. For those watching along, Brody won the match with a clothesline, like just not even a fully ripcord, but just a short arm clothesline. And after we had that pile driver, we had cannonballs and so on.
He got a 1 count on a cannonball, a 3 count on a clothesline.
It were facts. Yeah, that's the thing is you give the finish was there, and then you just stay that extra 30 seconds too much.
Right. Gunther
we got your guy Moxley right now cutting a promo in the stairwell.
Oh.
That was a good beef versus beef match. Yeah.
Right.
That was medium beef.
Okay.
Not that medium rare, that stuff that you really want at. That was, almost well done, but I'll say medium.
So Moxley saying his fingers are tingling, he's beat up, he's not well. Maybe they are setting up a Moxley vacation. Moxley vacation.
I don't think it's ever going to happen with the way that AEW's been going. Renee's just out there just disappointed as shit. She's had a fucking suitcase packed for 2 years now.
Yeah. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. Good, we're all sick and tired. Take a break.
This man just constantly has 3 phrases and he just repeats them. Like, you don't know what I want to think about the Punk returning thing. You don't want to know what I think. I'm sick and tired. I'm sick and tired. I'm sick and tired. And pull the ripcord again. It's going to be, there's a snake in my boot. Someone's poison the water hole.
John Moxley is Jude Law in Breakfast Club. I don't get it.
He could be sick and tired of doing the same sugar honey iced tea over and over. We are.
Yeah, shit, eh?
Not had a crap ending as well. Quick, someone get mocked some smack. What?
Want some smack, Bert?
Money that match is not talked about enough. Those two stole the show last Monday. What
Who?
match are we talking about? Now you're
Who?
gonna have to make me look. You repeat your
Ooh.
comment, or at this point, this is a good reminder. We do have the super chats, the super stickers. If you want to make sure you get your comment read and everything like that, and if you want to just help support the channel. That was grilled chicken breast versus pork chop match. I respectfully acknowledge that comment. Like, that's not bad. That's a good comparable.
Right? No,
I
100%.
never thought on this channel I would ever say compare a
This
match
man's a piece of chicken.
Right. Oh, Ivar and Reed. Well, I like Reed. You like Ivar. So that's just beefy boys.
Oh, I like Reed too. Don't get me wrong. I just
Right.
don't hate Ivar the way you do. And I mean, yeah.
Hot topic.
Hot topic, Ivar.
I
Abaddon.
can't say this as I've got Abaddon coming out right now.
Yeah, right. Right.
So who you got, folks? Is I've got Abaddon coming out right now. If you've got Abaddon or if you've got Kiera Hogan.
I'm guessing Kiera Hogan.
I'll take Abaddon just for shits and giggles. She needs something. Like everybody wants her to be on TV more. They just won't.
Yeah, if I had a booking vote, like if I was backstage and they're like, who should win? Abaddon's getting give her a little bit of a push, give her some love, make her creepy and weird because she's already that. You just have to highlight it. But yeah, I'm thinking Kiera Hogan's going to take this.
Yeah, you need character on this show, and that's one thing that Abaddon absolutely has.
But here's the thing: Kiera Hogan and Abaddon are better wrestlers than most of the women we see on a weekly basis. Like, why am I getting?
But do we see women on a weekly basis? That's another question.
Well, I mean, we talked about it the other day. You get Emmy in a match again, and no offense to Emmy, but I don't care about Emmy.
We're getting Emmy on Wrestling Revolver, by the way.
You have a former Impact Tag Team Champion, Knockouts Champion, in Kiera Hogan. The girl comes with some accolades. She comes with experience. You barely use her. Abaddon's badass. She's different. She brings something to the table, and she can go. I don't get it, right?
Yeah, but I mean, look at your Dynamite, your main roster AEW division. It's Anna Jay, Britt Baker, if you want to say that, Statlander, Sky Blue, Julia Hart. I think that's all right there. There's obviously room, especially with Abaddon and the whole Julia Hart, Sky Blue shit and everything.
Yeah.
But it's more of even you don't see for everybody that goes at WWE for their women's division. You don't see the women on AEW, and that's why even Britt Baker's out there saying how she's had no promo time this whole year.
And again, whether we love it or hate it, and we're not going to have the love or hate debate right now, but you got to give Triple H credit. Where I mean, give me a women's blood and guts then. If you guys want to, if you want to hang. Book them more than 4-minute matches each week. You do something. Show me something.
See, I don't think you need to jump to. I get what you were saying.
I know I was being a smart ass.
You need to jump straight to that. Just give me a good fucking match.
Yeah, no. And I was more.
I get what you're saying though. I just had to.
But again, if like Tony with it, to me, it's the women's division, the tag team division are completely MIA right now.
Yeah, the trios division is almost more of a thing than.
And it's barely a thing.
Yeah. It's really just the main title.
Abaddon putting on a clinic.
Splash in the corner. Oh. I'm not going to. I regret clicking on that one, JB.
I didn't see it yet. Where'd it go?
That's fine. Don't worry about it. It's right above the one I'm clicking right now. I like that pick smile. What's up, big head Nick?
Wait. You can't bag on Kiera like that, JV. Come on now.
Oh no, is she girl you fine?
Yeah, come on now. Girl got dumps like a truck.
Okay, what? No, I was like,
Oh,
what?
she's licking her. She's licking her. She's licking her.
What is a Rhea Ripley autograph?
Pause.
Did you not see
Yes,
that? It was
went for
sold for
$850.
$850 or some ridiculous number. That's wrestling. That's the terrible core of wrestling fandom.
Yeah, that's the seedy side of shit sometimes. Of
yeah. Those are the fuckers that wait at an airport
Yeah.
for planes to land and shit with like 18 things for them to sign.
Run in the bathroom and steal toilet seats, fucking assholes.
Right.
Finn should win the Rumble. That's my pick. Ooh, smile mark going Finn. I don't see it happening this year. There's a lot around him.
Well, there's a lot around the Rumble as well. And I do like Drew put out a tweet earlier of saying, do you not see my frustration now? Right. And there's no Drew on the poster. I had to sit there and go through because there's so many faces on it. There's no Drew. So
I like what they're doing. I just feel like pull the fucking trigger. We get it. You're disgruntled. Now, can you kill some people in the process?
I think you're going to see it around the Rumble. We've still got 2 months before we get there. We've got, like you said, with every announcer, we got time.
Abaddon with the win.
Time has run out.
What?
I was just saying how we had Matt. I was trying to segue the shit because I said we had time going into Royal Rumble and everything to build up the Drew and everything, and then we got the pin. And I was trying to segue it in into Kira Hogan's time has run out. And it was a terrible transition. I fumbled the handoff, my guy. I'm like that Georgia.
Lights out.
Handoff and just stood there.
Lights out. Oh, Julia, this is cool. No.
We called this. We literally just talked about this.
Yeah, what if you made Abaddon her like pit bull, right? Like her fucking muscle.
Or even you just, for fuck's sake, for a little bit, you just run with the TBS titles, just kind of the spooky chick division. Lights out again.
Julia's out spookying the spooky chick.
Julia Hart is the female Undertaker.
That was good, though. I'm happy to see this. I'm really happy to see that they're utilizing Abaddon.
Is it interesting that Julia Hart right now, the one that we initially all feared was the odd person out in this group with the House of Black right now might be the most over person in this group. She is very much the Rhea Ripley to the House of Black.
Yeah, outside of, we've seen Brody King look good in the Continental Classic, but outside of that, she's been the most well-utilized out of the bunch of them.
Oh, absolutely.
Samoa Joe.
Yes, Samoan Joseph.
Oh.
Adam!
Why are you yelling out Adam if you're going to talk to Joe? Couldn't you scream out Joe?
Tourette's. He has Tourette's.
Like, doesn't make any sense, man.
What up? Oh, no, not Roderick. Yeah. The guy's pointing to under the ring. Oh, I did not notice. You see, like I said, he's threats. He can't say his name now without screaming it.
I'm his best friend by proxy. He's saying so. Maxwell is the devil. Maxwell is the devil.
That's exactly what the devil will want you to think.
Dun, dun, dun.
If I know I said that long ago and kind of stood by it because I'm a MJF fan. But if he's the devil, does that not fall flat? At this point, what with the devil payoff does not fall flat is the bigger question, I feel.
Well, I'll ask you first, as a guy who very much a MJF faithful, a scarf carrying member. Scarf carrying member. I mean, how do you feel if he ends up being the devil?
I mean, I kind of almost want it more. I want it not even for the sense of the story. I just want it for MJF to go back to being a prick, to being the heel, everything like that. That's the main reason I want it. I don't want it because of the story. The story to me is gone. That to me, I know I wanted it to give it some time and everything. And you were completely correct of, no, they kind of need to do it now or it's going to fucking sit and fester too much. And it's reached that point of it's pickled, my guys. Pause.
Yeah, I think that if it is, there's two problems with it being MJF. One, if it was going to be MJF, you probably had to get here a little differently, change up some of the things they did, because you push it too far. If you try and make it so unbelievable that it's him by doing things he wouldn't do, then when it turns out to be him, it's flat, what you said. The other problem ends up being that if it's him, who did he get over on? Did he get over on Adam? Is it a story of Adam being vindicated? Like, again, it's a little bit of backward storytelling of, okay, now he's the devil. So what? He's just the devil champion and we move on. Like,
yeah, I get what you're saying there. It's what's the payoff here? But I do like Christian's coming here. If you guys talking about the devil was like Scooby-Doo case, Reggie. But yeah, what's the payoff of right now? What is your biggest payoff? We and everybody in the chat, the whole wrestling community ran wild with, oh my God, if it's CM Punk, it'll be the greatest story ever told. Yeah. Clearly not that now. What do we have as on the bench? Who's our number two?
Well, again, a lot of people are
now.
I have the same problem with people keep rumoring Britt Baker, and I've talked about it here on the channel that it's what is the payoff? What is the angle from it? And to me, Britt doesn't give you that. Like to me, you kill it if it's Britt.
I still like this, and I said it initially joking because if I was in the AEW locker room, he would be to me regardless because CM Punk's the other way. But Jack Perry has the chance to be the biggest heel in the company. And now you get the question of, because is this just the devil or is this a faction? Because I
believe it's a faction.
The hired goons come out multiple times now.
I think it would be better if it was a faction. I've kind of committed to that. We've seen multiple people, so I want to.
People have said that it's the Pinnacle or the ones that held MJF down. The last video that we got before we got the type text and everything, everyone's like, it's Wardlow clearly because he's the only big beefy boy on the roster outside of Hobbs. With the bat, and then it was now they're just trying to make it work. They're trying to fill in the patch holes. They're trying to, what's the MJF connection here?
Well, that's what got convoluted with all this for me is that you had two central characters to the whole story, Adam Cole and MJF, but then they kind of went in separate paths, and you kind of lost what the fun part of the story was this friendship between these two. And the more you feed the birdies the friendship, and the more everyone giggles and laughs, oh, kangaroo kick, it's adorable, the harder their hearts break when the turn happens. So to me, with Adam being off, and again, maybe Adam is legitimately hurt because I can't imagine they're just selling this story this long. So maybe he is hurt, but not as hurt as bad as they reported. So I don't really know, dude. To me, this whole it just kind of went up in flames. And
I still kind of halfway like the idea of it being Adam, as I've got Garcia coming out right now. But am I the only one that feels like most of these people have been just setting up a placeholder? Because even the initial devil was clearly not the same person we've seen the other times. I feel like the whole devil situation didn't kick off until we pretty much knew Adam was hurt. So it was just literally another stopgap, which has really hurt MJF's reign. Of the CM Punk situation hurt that. The Adam Cole injury, I think, hurt that because I think we would have gotten that turn like we want with the Adam Cole thing without the devil shit.
Quite possibly.
And then now with this, I think I almost wonder if this is a placeholder until 90 days are up.
That's my biggest fear, because if it's Dolph Ziggler, if it's Ali, if it's Boogs, if it's who else got kicked out? There was a whole bunch. But if it's someone like that, I think
Top Dollar. It'd be Top Dollar. AJ Francis.
Top Dollar would be hilarious. Do that for me, please. Just
some men want to watch the world burn.
Mr. I would be sitting in fucking Jim Cornette's driveway waiting for him to record that
Jim,
reaction.
can I have a word, please? Can I have a word?
Top dollar's the devil. Go.
Right, and speak.
All right, folks. Up next, we got Andrade with Miro's wife. Hello.
I just say CJ Perry. Oh, do you not own a shirt, my lady? No. Like, you just, who comes out wearing that underneath a suit coat? That can't be warm. That can't be comfortable.
I don't get this. Like, I don't understand why CJ's hanging out with Andrade. It's just, it makes no sense to me.
Because people don't want to admit that Tony Khan is more Vince Russo than Vince McMahon.
And I do want to just point out they're going for consistency amongst the relationship here. Both of them forgot to wear a top under their big jackets.
Facts. But yeah, it's more TNA than WWE. Like I said, this is more Vince Russo than it is Vince McMahon. This shit.
A little bit, but up next,
kind of a lot of it.
I'm going with Andrade. Andrade has to win this, I think. Yes. Now, Mac Daddy is at ringside. By the way, this has to be an all-time record for the number of merch that has come out with either mommy or daddy or a variation of either on. He's got a new one. Daddy says no.
What?
Coke is rocking a Daddy says no.
So that is, I don't know what to say about the state of pro wrestling or the state of the union here in 2023, that you could almost wear 7 days worth of different merch. And all it's going to say is, Mommy is here. I'm your Poppy.
Mommy's
on Daddy's top. Back. Your tribal daddy. And Daddy says no. Like, what the fuck is going on in pro wrestling?
Right. Tranquilo.
Get in trouble for doing the suck it taunt and have an awesome 316 and shit like that. Instead, we got everything Daddy this and Daddy that.
We just got Tranquilo from our buddy Andrade. I'm kidding.
Yeah, that like a tranquilizer dart.
Close. It was close. Garcia. All right. I don't know. Garcia just feels like he's in there to take L's.
I don't mind. I think Garcia's an underrated talent. I think he's obviously one of the many names that people have mentioned. If and when his contract comes up, maybe he goes over to WWE. Do you think you could get a Daniel Garcia in NXT?
Yes. I think they would do wonders for him. And he's got a lot of charisma, a lot of personality. I don't love the over dancing. Again, everything in moderation, folks.
Yeah, but that'll end real fucking quick.
Yeah. They're like, okay, you can do
You're not Fandango. Enough.
Fucking.
Enough with this fashion police bullshit. No.
Right. Bo Dallas is double. I don't ever see that happening, my guy.
He's more likely to come back out as Uncle Howdy than he is the devil.
And I'm still okay with it, but I don't think it's going to happen. Who would you want to see Ryback wrestle in AEW? The fucking nobody.
The exit door.
Yeah.
I want him to be like Chris Jericho when they threw him out of the arena and he's having to sell that he can't get back in. He's fighting the fucking door.
Here's a challenge for Ryback. The next time WWE or AEW is nearby, go to the arena and see if they even let you in. If you take a picture from inside there and you know, I'll eat my hat. Nobody knows.
Been said multiple times. Which is going to happen first? KJ eats his hat or Ryback retires? Tune in, folks.
You fucking hell.
On the next episode of Wrestling for Life Network.
Mm-hmm. I just wish people would stop giving them an audience because.
But that's the thing is, it's so funny to me, and because I get what he's doing of his but at the same time, it's gotta at one point like. I couldn't imagine being that type of person, like to where people would rather champion you retiring than even try and give you any bit of leeway to come back. Like,
you know, again, and again, some people just need the attention. They don't give a fuck what form it is. And that comes from an attention seeker. So fuck off.
He said
it. Here's my prediction on Raw on Monday. Well, you're jumping ahead. Pierce is going to have a mental breakdown after not getting Randy Orton to Raw. No, I think he's going to be like, oh, okay. Well, I think he's going to, he drank a woo. He drank a woo.
Kangaroo show.
Andrade collapses mid-match after drinking a woo.
But I got about 17 minutes till Wrestling Revolver. But yeah,
Yeah.
no, Adam Pearce could still. Hey, I could still sign this guy named Phil. He's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm still holding out for we get a Nick Aldis versus Adam Pearce match.
Yeah, no, I think that'd be really cool at some point. Like there's something on the line, or yeah, I could totally go with it. No, 100%. And again, health wise, I don't know where they're at, but I mean, Aldis can take a fucking RKO, that's for sure. He flattened right out on it.
Well, I liked how people like I saw a meme going around to where they put like the like 90s sitcom ending after it and everything, and I just whatever happened to. So that's the thing is I like when WWE is 100% better that Randy Orton's there, and I think especially because he's on the juice, he's Swole Orton instead of Randy Orton. Him versus Roman Reigns is gonna look fucking like a world title match. It's gonna look back like that 2000s, attitude era feel.
And that's why I think I'm getting
no, that's it.
I think that's why I'm getting temperamental about like I see all this talent. I mean, I want them. I want Randy Roman. I want CM Punk Roman. I like, dude, come back. Like, get off your sabbatical. Come back from the island of relevancy and hang out with us for a little while because there's a lot of shit going on and you're not involved in it, my friend.
But I think though that's what you needed Randy to have a big moment because he got swallowed up by the Punk return.
Yeah.
That's really what it is. And that's Randy's big moment was last night. You had him have his little Batista moment of the thumbs up and then the thumbs down. And you call Roman Reigns and tell him daddy's back. And now we've got Daddy Palooza in pro wrestling.
And then you have, you announce that Randy's going to be there. You don't have Punk anywhere near it. You got a very good point. But on that good point, I'm going to head to the point.
Fair enough. Well, I guess I was going to wait and say this before you left, but I'll leave this and you can come back to it then. So does that mean that Maury Povich is going to be the special guest referee between Adam Pearce and Nick Aldis here? Because we're getting a whole lot of situations out here of who's the mommy, who's the daddy pause. But yes, we've got Daddy Magic, aka Coke, on the channel here on commentary. We've got Garcia and Aldis going at it. Kappa hat, what? Kappa haters. I got picture in picture right now. I have both men's wrists right now throwing hands, or actually Garcia walking down Andrade in the corner here. It's official. John Moxley, hometown of Cincinnati, is not going to the MLS Cup final this year. Even Trey's like, MLS? We're talking about that right now? Fair enough, but I guess, Major League Soccer. There you go. We're covering anything and everything. The only time I've ever been to an MLS game was one Boston Revolution game when they were playing in Foxborough. But beyond that, respectfully, you can. I'll play FIFA, but you can miss me watching too many soccer games or football games. I'll say for our UK audience, beyond like the World Cup. But Michigan up 10-0 already. Two count for Garcia here. VHS spot. New York City Football Club. So now we're getting into MLS talk. Again, a conversation I thought we'd have. Forza Red Bulls. So, folks, I guess let us know beyond who you've got for this match. I guess let us know on the tangent of who's your MLS soccer team, or who's your football club, who's your Premier League team. But I've got Irish whip from Garcia onto Andrade. I'll say Nick Aldis is going to continue to checkmate Adam Pearce to the point when Triple H calls out Pearce, telling him, why haven't you stepped up? Why haven't you had a top talent on Raw? I don't think that's the case at all, my guy Christian. For crying out loud, we're talking about CM Punk could be exclusively to Monday Night Raw. You have Cody Rhodes, you have Seth Rollins, you have Drew McIntyre, you have Rhea Ripley. They even across both genders, I guess is the word I didn't want to say. But you have top talent across the board. I don't think we're gonna get that. What's your favorite back moment? When CM Punk called him out on Colt Cabana's podcast of saying, now you either did that on purpose or you're an expletive idiot. Chelsea Best Club in London. Matt Maynard. Trey, great match. I've got Garcia right now, just keeps going back to rear naked chokes here as I'm about 12 minutes away from wrestling Revolver. But I will remind everybody, we are the Wrestling for Life Network. We do this for anything and everything when it comes to pro wrestling. Already been smashing it this whole week, this whole month. Right now, we've already passed 3K subscribers. So I know, not going by year to year as far as when we've been live, as we're getting a 3 amigos, but calendar year to calendar year, we hit 1K subscribers last year, and this year we've already doubled that. So 100%. I appreciate everybody that's here, and let's just keep this thing growing and going. Pause. Yeah, Mance out here with a daddy says no shirt. Sorry, that was a hard transition, but that's literally the first thing I got is we're getting Andrade going for the figure 4 roll up. Toronto SC is huge here. Well, no shit, you're in Toronto. I wonder why. That's like saying the New York Knicks are big in New York. Great match. Andrade with a nice suplex. Michigan 10-0. Yes, 100%. Let's go maize and blue. Andrade for the W. Rangers Football Club 56. What? Allen High. 3. So Andrade picks up the 1, 2, 3. Damon, I know you're talking about wrestling Revolver, and we have less than that, by the way. But yeah, no, wrestling has been started, my guy. My favorite soccer teams are Manchester United, New York City. You just named like 4 clubs, my guy. I'll stay with my, I guess, AC Milan, and I don't even think I have an MLS team. So right now, it's looking like they have right now Brody in first place. I thought he took the L tonight. I could be mistaken. Anyone can correct me. No, it's not. Nobody cares about MLS. Brody W. Okay, so I'm not wrong. Okay, so yeah, so right now Brody is leading the way in the Blue Division. When it comes to the Continental Classic here. Heck, I doubt that. My favorite soccer team is the Bad News Bears. Why? But how are we feeling about the Continental Classic? Like, is this their third attempt at a mid-card title? I mean, they really, like I said, they already tried it with a TNT title. They've tried it now with the international title. Now we've got to invoke 2 other companies to make a, valid, I guess, mid-card title or something that seems like it's going to have some value behind it here. Everything else has really just been like 1 or 2 matches and then just, here's a champion. So do we view this as an actual mid-card title for AEW, or is this just one of their many throwaway championships, I feel, at this point? Pretty sure Ronaldo just got caught out wide. Bad News Bears, that's a baseball team. You can have that.
You can have that.
Right. Swerve versus Switchblade was a crazy good match.
Back.
But so I'll ask you the same question, I guess, I posed to everybody. Is this their fifth attempt at a mid-card title, or is this just a throwaway?
I don't really know where this stands. I don't know where this stands. Like, I guess. But then why have a TNT title and a continental title and an intercontinental title? Like, there's some redundancy here.
Yeah, this is having a light heavyweight title, European title, and an intercontinental title at the same time here. But on Wednesday, we've got Mark Briscoe versus Swerve. We've got Jay Lethal versus Jay White. So we've got the Battle of the Jays. And we've also got Adam Copeland versus Christian as well.
Yeah, we do. So, yeah, lots going on in Montreal. My favorite soccer team, Green Machine.
Is it interesting that when I read that initially, like just in my head, I would just thought of the green bastard of Bubbles, from Parts
Green
Unknown.
bastard, parts unknown.
Right. Well, my name is Bubbles and I'm bad.
Happened to me, could happen to you.
Happened to you.
I tuned Collision back on and I saw Swerve, 10 out of 10 show. Okay.
Is Swerve up there right now of like if you had to say your top 5, if you had to do, we just had Survivor Series, your top 5 of AEW, what's your top 5 team?
Top 5 team?
Like if we're doing an invasion angle, we're WCW versus WWE or WWE, CW, all of that. We're invasion, vengeance, whatever the fuck, all of that. Your Survivor Series team for AEW, your best representatives.
Danielson. Who? Danielson, MJF, Swerve, Brody King, Malachi Black.
Ooh. I'm going MJF, Swerve. I'll go Hangman.
Hangman. Ooh.
Kenny.
Oh, I forgot Kenny.
I can't count Ospreay because Ospreay just signed. And fifth, I'll go Moxley.
Ouch. I'm not picking Mox. I mean, again, in real war, he'd be phenomenal. He doesn't get hurt by anything. So,
well, right. Well, I'm trying to think of who else it would be.
Like in the booking wise, yeah, you're not wrong.
Well, no, I'm even just saying of my personal, like my view.
Okay.
Who would I say are my top like 5 guys? And
right, Jericho's gonna be pissed that neither one of us said him.
You can have that. I don't care. I'm sure I'm on at least Chris Jericho's list if I'm not on the naughty or nice list.
Back. What if Swerve wins it all? It's possible.
I would hope so.
I feel like it's setting up to 3 of the final 4 being members of the BCC, which I don't love.
All right. Well, it's not BBC, but I will be right back.
Be right back. After these messages, folks, we are on a commercial break and Wrestling Revolver will be starting momentarily. We got both. I know there's some other things going on around the sports world, so feel free to chime in with that as well. And I'm back from that commercial again, a replay of Wardlow destroying AR Fox. Now, a quick question. What does everybody think about Abaddon going after Julia Hart? Or vice versa? Willie Mack. Collision is on Z. Hey, it is Willie Mack. So now Willie Mack wants to fight Wardlow. Is Darby Allin on the list? KJ Nick. Darby's close. Darby, there's a good argument for that. And I mean, I'm biased. I'm a big Malachi Black fan. I feel like he's been underutilized in 2 companies now. I miss when he was kind of the guy that he was in NXT. But yeah, Darby's in the conversation. Fair enough. I'd be fine if he was in there. Kenny, I overlooked Kenny. I forgot about Kenny. But because he's been hanging out with Jericho. The Kingdom coming to the ring. Roddy still has a mic, screaming his head off. My new best friend by proxy, Samoa Joe. See, you have this badass Samoa Joe, and he's in this situation with MJF, and he wants that belt. Great story. And then you kind of kid it up by doing this. My proxy best friend. You don't need the silliness between MJF and Samoa Joe. I'm all for some silliness in wrestling. I love that the neck guard, the neck brace gimmick. But for me, for my taste, I don't want to hear this best friend bullshit tied into Samoa Joe MJF too much because if they're serious, that's money. That is pure money. Green Machine. I forget what that movie was called, but watched it all the time as a kid. Was it Big Green? So yeah, there's Big Green. Green Machine is actually, it was funny. It's a team from Longest Yard, and Longest Yard was a play on a British soccer movie with Jason Statham and a bunch of people. And they were the Mean Machine, right? The Green Machine. But yeah, so when they did the Big Green, they became the Green Machine. I thought it was cute. That was a kid. That was a go-to as a kid. Clutch. The Boston Bayonet, as we got the Kingdom taking on Bear Country. Danny Garcia ain't winning the tournament, but I think he'll still come out strong if it done right. Well, he's already down by 2, TJ. He's taken 2 losses. And listen, I thought the match with Andrade was excellent. I thought it was a really good match. But he's down 2. He's probably going to be eliminated next week. Again, I don't know. Maybe to me, a young talent like that is better off doing something else, and you have somebody else in that spot. He became curling team. Part 3 became a curling team, and they made a sequel. Holy shit. Right now, in the Big 12 championship, Michigan is up 10-0 on Iowa. There you go. Go Wolverines. If AEW versus WWE happened, that would be insane. Yeah, I mean, again, highly unlikely. But we got double tags here. Here comes Taven. Swerve is in. Who would book Swerve against in the next New Japan crossover event? Good question. I off the top of my head, Kenta would be a nice matchup. I think they could do some good things. Give us Swerve and Ospreay. Let's go. Does that count? He's kind of on both. And yeah, the Kingdom with the win. Those big old burly men look like a sack of potatoes by the end of this one, folks. MJF, OC, Starks, White. Starks I might have overlooked. Not OC. Wardlow, if you want to show off the best young talent. Wardlow being in there as Muscle is not a bad idea. Oh, Roderick falls off the wheelchair. They saved him, though. They saved him. There you go. He's all right, folks. He's all right. Is Darby Allin on the list? Yeah, skip that. Got that one. 4-0. Claudio versus Punk. Interesting. Let me see. It's got to be fight time, folks. Just pulling up. Wrestling Revolver. I got Ethan Page on Collision right now as we speak. On air. All right, and Gringo Loco kicking the show off, folks. They're coming out to the ring now, kicking off my show. That was impressive from the big guy on Moonsault. Yeah, big dude flying through the air. It's always a trip. The Kingdom for the win. They got the dub. Oh, wait. Ethan Page is challenging Kenny Omega to prove who the best Canadian wrestler is. That is interesting. Canadian on Canadian, non-hockey violence. They better have a hockey fight in there. But is it crazy that Ethan Page, who I like, out of left field, just challenges Kenny? Again, no story needed, but okay. Take my money. Yeah, it should be a good match. It'll be very interesting. We haven't seen a whole lot of Ethan Page in quite a while. So, yeah, I'm intrigued for sure. The other Page is back. Now they're setting up. I don't know. We're getting it was a good package. Wrestling Revolver time. Absolutely. We got 2 shows going, folks. 2 shows, 2 hosts, 1 stream. Take my money. Omega versus Ethan Page. Still at 1-1. Haven't been paying attention to the matches due to all the sports going on. It's hard to keep it all in order, my guy. I get it. So right now, just trying to look at the card. Golden Ticket Scramble. First participants, Gringo Loco. Gringo Loco, Myron Reed, Ace Austin, Jake Something, Damian Chambers, and a mystery. As Malachi and Buddy on the way to the ring. My buddy and me. Ego been relegated to Ring of Honor. Damn. Again, I think there's a lot of talent there with Ethan Page. I think he's got a lot of charisma, very comfortable on the mic. I thought during that whole shindig with American Top Team and Danny Boy, I thought Ethan got himself over. I really did. Out of the whole group, I thought he did well. But yeah, I think that's a guy that you could use more often. I'd rather see some Ethan Page matches than more Jeff Jarrett matches, if I got to be honest. House of Black in the building. Swerve versus Shota Amuni. Not bad. I like the idea of Kenta stylistically. It's not a bad shout, though. Oh, my God. Christopher Daniel and Matt Sydal. Holy shit. Where did they dig these 2 up from under? All right, folks. I will take a prediction on that match. And if you want to throw out who you think is going to win this scramble to open Ring of Honor, I'm all ears. Good show so far. Yeah, pretty good show. I'm going to agree with that. I've enjoyed the show. I thought the 2 matches were solid. I really like Daniel Garcia and Andrade's match. I thought it was really good pace, a nice touch of technical wrestling. So, yeah, and I thought Brody King Claudio started slow, went well. I thought it was a good match. So, we'll see what this match does. It should be fun. I mean, a lot of veteran talent in the ring right now. It's just odd seeing Christopher Daniels and Matt Sydal come out. Are they on Ring of Honor a lot lately? Ethan Page and Kenny Omega, the best Canadian when you've got Edge and Christian on the same roster. Kenny's tagging with the guy who thinks he's the best Canadian ever. It's a good point, Paul. We overlooked some people. Maybe we should have a Canadian Battle Royal. A good old Donnybrook. Oh, we got a table and it's gone. I say the devil won't be revealed to 2024. Christian, my fear, and I've said this for a long time, I thought the payoff, or at least a big moment with the devil, like, something almost like what we got on Wednesday, that needed to come at full gear. If you go too much further than World's End, I'm going to be very concerned that people are going to not care as much as they did originally. I think it's dragging out. I know Nick feels like it's definitely turned a corner for him. Yeah, I mean, people are going to start checking out. And if you give us stuff like you gave us on Wednesday, and there's some meat on that bone, and there's something to pay attention to, it's not just a floating head on the screen. Yeah, we could probably stretch it out a little bit. But again, like I said before, you have to keep incrementally getting more interesting. You got the bad guy, the mystery person, does something a little bigger and bolder each time. So that's what's got to happen here. We're going to get the tag match. Hopefully it leads to something. As Malachi in the ring against Christopher Daniel. Gringo Loco for the win, building momentum to his match for Jon Moxley next month on Wrestling Revolver. Look at you looking ahead. Gringo Loco just took a kick to the face, though. Jake Crist, by the way. Now, Damian, I thought this was a scramble match. Who's the NXT call-up for U.S. title tournament? Lee, Carmelo, Axiom, Braun Breaker. Braun Breaker. It's time. There you go. House of big response from the crowd for House of Black. They're loving it. Penta versus Dragon Lee. I'd be down with that. I love Penta, man. I think Penta's absolutely outstanding, and I think there's room for him. I mean, especially when you kind of go into like dark Penta. And again, I've said this a million times on this channel. Alex Abrahantes as like a heel manager doing like the Penta says shit. To me, it works, and they're not doing it. Well, no need to curse, Boston. Jesus. Buddy's the best. Buddy is a beast. Buddy can go, man. He's had some like. Buddy might be one of the more underrated wrestlers out there, where every time you see him, it's a banger, and you just don't get him enough for whatever reason. Those are two guys, Malachi Black and Buddy. If they could get them back, I mean, if you could steal Brody King in the process, would be lovely. But if you could get those two back, could you imagine Malachi and Buddy and Brody showing up to take on the Judgment Day? And Malachi's like, hey, mommy, we need to talk here, my girl. Christian, I couldn't agree more. I was calling for him. Speaking
of calling for people, but I was gonna try. I tried to get there quick enough, but I didn't. Well, if we get Malachi back, so then do we get just another? Well, Daddy's back type situation.
Yeah, that's right. That 100%. Like a Daddy's back. You're like, oh man. There'd be another word for it at this point. Dad is here.
Male role model figure.
Yeah, right. Shout out to our friends at the DWO getting all the love from the wrestling world lately.
Well, Wrestling Revolver, 100%.
Well, just
it took me a minute. Yeah, well, why wouldn't you, my guy? I mean, how much do you dance with that line of gimmick infringement?
Right. Hey, Mr. KJ, sir, is it safe to say, with all the best Canadian talk between Paige, Omega, Jericho, Christian, and Edge, that arguably the best Canadian isn't on AEW, but in TNA, Josh Alexander?
Yeah, but no, he said Josh Allen, which
I know
quarterback. He's not Canadian.
He's not Canadian, nor a wrestler.
Well, also, though, I will say no one mentioned Chris Jericho in all of this. When you first talked about this, I just wanted to pop back in and be like, no one's mentioned Jericho. Right. No one gives a shit about Jericho.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the only thing Josh Allen wrestles with is the ball.
Hey, I'm good this week. We're on a bye.
Yeah, bye.
I'm good.
But
I laugh at everybody else.
Active wrestlers right now, Josh Alexander is arguably the best Canadian in my opinion. There's some really good names out there. I mean, obviously Sammy's a phenomenal wrestler. KO, just got the KO for sure.
Who just injured himself with the metacarpals there. He broke his hand.
Yeah. Usually when people are killing me, but I love that kayfabe has a life around us.
Oh, I love it 100%.
I love it.
But yeah, and also Josh Alexander going to be in Wrestling Revolver in 2024, by the way.
Yes. Yeah.
They did a whole reel, so he's going to be a prominent figure in Wrestling Revolver in 2024.
Two decent tag match going on, and a bit of an odd booking, but decent match. As you got Seidel and Christopher Daniels.
I think that's Jake Crist's dad. I'm pretty sure that is, because I think homie follows me on Instagram, but he's out here throwing in doors and chairs and everything. Should have tagged him in this shit for tonight.
Best Canadian wrestler is obviously Curry Man. There you go. I didn't even think he was Canadian.
I'm trying to remember who the fuck was actually Curry Man.
Christopher Daniels.
Yeah, well, I still get confused with like Suicide, to where he was like 3 different
Oh,
people at one point.
oh shit! Everybody done.
Right?
What's your thought on Michelle? I don't even think you said your name right. That's even better. Being fired. Yeah, we talked. It is what it is.
Who?
Unfortunate. I feel bad. Nobody likes to lose their job, but at the end of the day, I mean, they make a bit of, they got several people that can do that. And like I said, they just brought in Jackie Redmond as well, Canadian. But yeah,
You're sounding that, you're calling that like it's like
giving all our jobs to those stinking Canadians.
Oh, right. Canadians are taking our jobs. They took our jobs.
Can't.
Fucking little P Pump out here taking all the jobs.
Oh shit! Wow, the House of Black is way too pedestrian in this match for my taste.
Yeah, and they're going up against Team Wrestling in the 2000s.
Yeah. There's a stomp.
Sweep the leg.
Too many people do the stomp.
Yeah, no, now I got the stomp, so.
No, I got the sweep the leg. No, you got it. And then the big kick. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Over.
I got the black mask now, so like I said, you're a hop, skip, and a jump.
Okay.
I got a 3 count now, as I've got Gringo Loco going up to the top rope.
No one home.
Oh, Nick, through the door.
I was pretty certain that they advertised this as a scramble match.
I think, well, this was initially advertised as their world heavyweight title match. I missed how they initially introduced it on the show. I'm saying as far as the card was announced.
Yeah, like I'm just reading FTR in the house.
I just got FTR, so pause for a hiccup.
Yep. Dax and Cash in the house.
Right.
Yeah, I got it here on Fight. According to Fight, Golden Ticket Scramble Match will be the
like reverse Spanish fly onto a door from Gringo Loco on a Jake Crist. The power of Crist compels you. The power of Crist compels you.
Right. FTR confronting the House of Black.
Yeah, see, that should have a golden scramble.
How come AEW?
Oh, goddamn! Now I do. All right. Anyways.
Right. How come AEW Collision is taped next Tuesday? I don't know. I think that it seems like every once in a while, like every third or fourth Collision, maybe to cut down cost, they just tape it and put it out.
NBA, NHL, and holidays, my guy. Expect a lot of more pro wrestling going into this past month. That's why we're getting the season finale on Wrestling Revolver, etc. Expect a lot of your pro wrestling coming up to be taped.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. Why is the referee on Revolver dressed like Vince Russo circa 98?
No, he looks like if Vince Russo and Bill Alfonso had a child. So Cash just treating this like this is the 2019 Hall of Fame ceremony of just throwing hands.
Right. And FTR being taken out as
Gringo Murphy.
Wait a minute. Jake Crist with the win.
Yeah, so retains as the Wrestling Revolver World Heavyweight Champion.
Did Chris' dad just kick him?
I don't even know. This is shot that respectfully, that was shot like found footage. Like that looked like I wasn't supposed to see that. Like we came back after the scene and found someone's like camcorder, and that's what was on the fucking tape.
Right. Speedball is Canadian. Yeah, he's definitely one of the top Canadians out there for sure. What do you think about the Ethan Page challenge to Kenny Omega to find out the best Canadian wrestler? I laughed because the dude's tagging with another Canadian.
I was gonna say, well, again, like I said, there's no reference to Jericho as Black Mask to Dax after the House of Black just kind of laying out FTR here. Weird.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's arguable that you have two people going at fighting for the best Canadian pro wrestler, that neither one of them would be considered the best Canadian pro wrestler.
So funny. But again, like Ethan Page, we barely have seen him. Like he's been pretty much MIA. They
At
give
least
him a
it's a
mic.
not we're not friends story.
Yeah, right. But he like it's bold, taking going after one of the big guys in the yard, I suppose. As we go to black and white, Nick.
I like to sing about the sun and the moon and the spring. But yeah, no, Kenny Omega wins that match. That's a tune-up.
They give him a AEW Canadian belt. I'm in. Let's go. I'd be purchasing it.
He just becomes Lance Storm if I could just be serious for a moment. If I could just be elite for a moment.
Right.
Now, do you worry that some people have as well that this whole Tony Storm thing's kind of just reaching an impasse here? It's kind of just treading water.
Yeah, a little bit. Tony?
Yes.
I don't think it's treading water. I still kind of like it. And she just became champion, so we've only just begun.
I already wasn't hot on it to begin with.
I know.
I've got the Grizzly Young Veterans on my screen on Wrestling Revolver, and boy howdy, I will mute you, Miss Tony Storm, and turn on James Gray.
Yeah, they come out cutting a promo, just kind of reminding everybody who they are.
Straight into the cam, and it's fantastic. Everything they've done since they've been out of WWE has been a home run.
Yeah. Well, like I said, they were a good team. It was just bad booking, and I think the WWE would have liked to keep them, to be honest, and said, "Hey, come on," and they were like, "No, you know what? We asked, you didn't do it. We're out."
Yeah, creative really expletive them up. They fornicated that whole situation up pretty fast.
It was like they got stuck in it. So they couldn't find a way out. They were trying to look for the back door and they couldn't find it.
It was the best of times. It was the blurst of times. It was the tail end of the Vince McMahon era.
What do you think of the new crazy Gacy that's running around under the ring and stealing the bell?
What is man in crowd? That's his gimmick, is man in crowd.
Yeah. And here, the Rascals, somebody said this might be the main event, but no, it's the second match of the night. Rascals taking on the Grizzled Young Vets. And yes, folks, you heard me correctly. That is the same tag team from NXT, also known as Schism. And I set that up just so I could say Schism.
Yeah, he schismed all over himself right there, folks. But 100%, this may not be the main event, but goddamn it, if this might not be the best match of the night.
This should be highly entertaining. Schism in my pants.
And I skiz in my pants. Skiz in my pants.
Tony Storm Butler gives me Lurch vibes. He's supposed to give you Lurch vibes, JV. Thank you for picking up on that.
I was going to say, well, it is Luther, so
yeah,
you're close with Lurch. It's not too far off, just even in the letters and everything. So
a little bit of a Quasimodo, but whatever. I won't be picky. I get the sentiment.
The bells.
That's funny as shit. Cheeks of Steel. Yeah, that again, not my favorite match of recent memory. And again, when the ref can see the weapon, you got to call an audible. You got to call, even if you like, Aubrey pulls it out and says, "What's this?" And then she turns around and ducks a clothesline, throws a shot to the stomach, and gets the win anyway. It's better than the ref looking like a complete moron.
Yeah, but well, no, with that one, with the Buns of Steel fucking move and everything, was it you could see it because everyone else is looking at Tony Storm's ass, just like everyone at home? Is that why we could see it?
It definitely.
We're all looking at the wagon, so
yeah. If it was if it was a lure, I'd be hooked. All right. It's shiny. Bye.
Shiny.
Wow. Kicking off with great pace already, folks.
Boston saying, wow, they are way better than what WWE was trying to do with them. Yes. That's why if you watch NXT Europe, you hated them coming to regular US NXT. Should have just let them do this. Would have been over as shit. Facts.
Right?
Speaking of over as sugar as honey, over as sugar honey iced tea. I have sky blue right now on my screen.
Sky Blue's backed off of the makeup.
I'll do it either way.
Yo, she just said my tits are out. Because Sky Blue's going to take on Tony.
Let me know when there's a problem.
Like, welcome to OnlyFans Wrestling.
All right.
Yeah, I guess it was response to that, tits out, shoes on, or shoes up, or whatever.
Fair enough. Sky Blue, how you doing?
And when we talked about schism, it happened on the other show. Not
right. I schismed all over my Sky Blue segment there.
Right. 14,000 neckbeards just made a mess.
Mom! The meatloaf! Mom!
Right. Don't play with my feelings. Don't go break up my heart.
We were playing with enough. Pause.
Hello, Sky Hong Kong. Come on, guys. We can't be that. Oh, dude, I can't advocate that. Like, we got to be better than Hong Kong, motherfuckers. Come on now. Come on, be a gentleman, folks. You can admire, but Hong Kong, come on now. And really, it'd be more like a little beep beep. They're not. Really
well, a U-Haul more than a wagon, I feel.
Behave, boys. We're trying to get our female fan base above 10% ass. Not you, them. I'm blushing already hearing.
The way I heard that was we're trying to get our female fan base over more than 10% ass. So I'm like, what?
There's officially a wagon criteria to join the fan.
We're gonna have a wagon off.
God.
Anyway, moving on. We've just gone too terrible down the rabbit hole.
I will remind everybody we are the Wrestling for Life Network. We do this 7 days a week.
Oh, we've got we've got Hispanic flop dollar, we've got flop peso, Hio del Vikingo coming out right now.
Wait, there's so many things wrong with what's happening.
I don't care, because did you see speaking of things that are wrong, did you see the match on Wednesday to where he went for the dive and Spider-Man, he got caught up in that web.
I was literally about to say, how do you get the comparison between this guy and Top Dollar, and then you gave it to me? There you go. Okay,
right. Yeah, 100%. I sent you the footage. Of this man just getting sprung in all the wrong directions.
Oh, we're going for a tag. Great match on Revolver happening right now, guys.
Right, as I have Kip Sabian coming out right now.
Tonight is like the night of, do you remember these people? It's like a high school fucking reunion at
Collision they're still on the roster.
Where are they now? They're not here. Wow. Huge suplex.
I was going to say, shit, I do actually want to watch this Grizzly Vets match.
We got Kip, Buddy Murphy, Abaddon, Christopher Daniel, and Matt Sydal all in the same show.
This is Tony trying to flex of saying who he still has under contract. Well, these guys aren't leaving, so I got to prepare in case these other guys leave.
Yeah. Well, if this becomes your main event on Dynamite, you got a fucking problem.
Oh, you already got problems.
I wish they would just turn the lighting up a little bit at Wrestling Revolver. Is that too much to ask?
I kind of almost don't mind it.
It's hard to see.
But it has that, underdog from the underground type vibe.
Right. Where's Penelope? She's no longer with the company. So
is she?
Oh no, Penelope, my bad. I was thinking
Penelope's still there.
I don't know.
How he catch there, the bunny there. No,
that's right. My bad.
Yeah, the bunny.
That's right. I don't know. That's a good question.
That's why I was surprised when I still saw the Butcher and the Blade cutting or doing an ad for Wembley, and I'm like, wait, you're still work there?
Yeah, that's what happens when you produce the images and then don't, go, have a system to vet kind of things. Oh yeah, we fired that person.
Right.
Wow, what a cut. What a
Sure.
cutter by Wentz.
And then a springboard arm drag by Vikingo. Oh, we're going for the
No.
flop dollar again. Kenny May. Oh, he gets hung up again, but this time intentionally.
Wow, what a match happening in Revolver right now. Big kick out, big kick out. This is like the tag team version of Swerve versus not Swerve, Ricochet versus Osprey.
Carmelo?
No, it's just the energy, right? Like they're all over the place.
Oh, I was gonna say, well, you said the Osprey match. Like that to me is arguably one of the best. Like that series, or especially depending on which match you talk about, that's one of the best matches in pro wrestling. Like that's a classic.
Good one. The dandy.
Yeah.
Oh, going for the roll up.
Those two guys, two top flyers, guys that are pigeonholed of, well, you only do top rope shit. Had a match where there was no top rope and fucking burnt the house down.
Yeah. Oh, they murdered. This match is still going. Kip Sabian in control.
Well, I've got him thrust in right now as I'm in picture.
What an odd booking. Hey, Kip, we're gonna give you a match. All right, who am I fighting?
Is this, we've talked about this, we worried about this, we rumored about this before. Is this Tony booking
Coda
against he knows that eyes might be here, so why don't I book around this, so when they do this I can do that?
Maybe that'd be crazy, especially like
if the man booked around an NBA playoff game. So
yeah, but if you're AEW booking around Revolver, you got issues. Sit down power bomb. Ooh.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like half these guys on Revolver right now are guys that AEW would love to have on their roster.
Right. You're not wrong. And again, I have nothing really against Vikingo other than I feel like his moveset is repetitive and I've seen it. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's just I'm not thrilled to, like Vikingo, Kip Sabian doesn't have any fire to it.
He's Commander without the mask. Remember how everyone was super excited for all of like 2 weeks about Commander, and then we all realized the shtick and then stopped caring. I feel like that's Vikingo. This is a guy who was, we argued it last year, was in like what, the top 5, the top 10 on the PWI. And now
oh my God,
we've seen enough of him. We almost see him week to week.
Yeah, no, huge Canadian Destroyer in this tag match. And then just a succession of strikes. What a match. What a match. It's got all my attention right now.
Right.
Anybody know how the Leafs are doing? I'm out of screen.
Getting dumped off the top rope here. I'm checking on the football score. Still 10-0. Michigan over Iowa and Florida State up 3-0.
Oh, we're getting a chop spot. I think that's the 3rd or 4th tonight, at least.
All right. I'm at a 1, 2, 3. I got the finale. I got the 3 count. I don't know. I didn't touch nothing. So the Grizzly Young Veterans pick up the 1, 2, 3 on the rack.
Oh, yes. I got a 1, 2, 3. What's happening in the Kip match?
I have commercial.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the Grizzled Young Vets are successful, folks, picking up the big W. That was a dynamite match.
I'll get the words out.
Yeah, I put the wrong emphasis.
On the wrong syllable.
Right. Kipper on a cracker. I'm missing a wardrobe. Are you the Lion and the Witch and missing the wardrobe? I think this is Tony Khan trying to show off his Dusty Toys paws to see if WWE can sign one of those and not his main. I think I'm going to pause on that too. This is all a distraction.
The 10 seconds I try and take a stack of anything is when all of that kicks off and everything. And that's doubling down almost, I feel, on the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. When we're talking about mains and dusty toys and everything.
Right.
What are the name of the Chronicles of Narnia is going on right now?
I think it's quota, guys. I think it's monthly quota. I think at the beginning of every month, you get an influx of wrestlers that aren't being used because he's contractually obligated to give them a match every 30 days or some shit, every 60 days. I know it's bullshit.
It's every 1st and 5th of the month. You got to have certain people that just got to be having matches.
It's the requirement. Like, oh shit, Abaddon's got to get 2 in. We gotta hook her up.
You gotta get her 2 in the year. And we're only at 1, and we're at the 2024 at the end of 2023. And we're getting Killer Kelly versus Emi Sakura.
Emi Sakura. I mean, dude, we'll see.
Yeah, go ahead. You were saying all them things earlier. Go ahead.
I want to see what she's up to tonight because I again, the way she's booked in AEW, I have no time for her. I don't want her taking up minutes from the other ladies. Unless she's doing a job. But not enough of the jobbers, as we just saw with Christopher Daniels and Matt Sydal, do jobs. Like, just straight up like, oh, that was a job. Wow, corkscrew.
I think she has the potential, and I'm more really just surprised of the resurgence of Killer Kelly right now as one of the top female competitors in pro wrestling outside of the majors too. Same thing with Masha.
Yep.
Even on GCW, I might peek at it with Rina Yamashita, like.
Yep.
There's a lot of good female pro wrestlers outside of the big 2.
Yep.
That people are kind of sleeping on, I think.
Oh! I don't know how many rotations that was, but he came. Oh, that looks so painful.
Killer Kelly got a whole squad coming out with her. Oh, I just got that right there on a kip. And yeah.
Oh.
That man came down harder than half the time when RVD would hit the 5-star and, like extend out so his fucking ribcage is smashing you.
Right.
I've got Killer Kelly coming out right now as Vikingo picks up the win after the however many rotation spot.
Like, I feel like that takes the wind out of you no matter what. Like, there's no way to brace for a human being spiraling from the fucking ceiling into your stomach.
I was going to say, what is no shit?
Like, fuck. He looks like, when the, what is it? Not gremlins, critters. When they roll up at the fucking...
You and 3 other people got that reference.
Yeah, if you guys get critters, shout out.
If you guys got critters, please seek medical attention.
Them critters in me again. But yeah, that was one of those.
We've got Fraser Keith Lee backstage right now.
About damn time. Get this going. What are they waiting?
We thought this was a thing. Why is this now? We thought they were halfway together at one point. What the fuck are we waiting on?
With Lee back there and these, like, this is good. This is good. When they had the whole Rick Ross shit, they got the wrong gentleman. They were supposed to bring in Shane, and they accidentally ended up with Rick Ross.
Swerve involved in this. Of like, I'd almost rather see go back to Keith Lee and Shane Taylor teaming together than having them have a feud. I feel like we've ran that back already. As Lee out there with a positivity hoodie, but even with Keith Lee and Swerve, I feel like we kind of gave that up too fast, as I've got Eddie out here, being like DMX saying the prayer and all of that.
Right. Got that rosary out. Vikingo is doing a lot of crazy spots. That's what is Ding Vikingo, like, as Nick would say. Like, yeah.
What is Lucha Libre wrestling?
Right. But again, I think everything else, and with Vikingo, we saw it completely watered down. Like, he was showing up on GCW, AEW, Ring of Honor, and it was just the same. Like, okay, look, it's awesome that he can do it. I just don't want to see it every fucking day.
But that's been the thing with every luchador that they've brought in. Like I mentioned, Commander earlier, etc. Everybody now, it's not a spot anymore. It's now you see it week in and week out, to the point to where you're seeing spots like on Dynamite, to where you got caught up.
Right. But Emmy's in control. We are on a break in Collision. We got Eddie coming up real soon, and Emmy's in control of Killer Kelly right now. I'll be right back.
Right, man's gonna take a pause for the cause. I've got a commercial break on Collision, and I've got Emmy right now with an armbar. What is like with the whole flock kind of going around Killer Kelly right now here? Is this like the Simp Squad or something? Did I miss something? Boston honk honk. Yeah, you can have that. But I will remind everybody again, we are the Wrestling for Life Network. We do this for anything and everything when it comes to pro wrestling. Still just kicking it off. Still within the first 2 years. Big things popping, little things stopping. Up to something season never sleeps. 100%. Appreciate you, everybody that's been here for the long haul. And still, you're getting in at the ground level. Best way to go. Be a friend. Tell a friend. Did you say cakes? What? What did Trey say? Boston, that's my bet. Fair enough. Emmy right now in control here. It seems interesting. Now we're just turning into the Wrestling for Life Bakery, I guess. Real Cake City time. Well, we're getting Emmy with the chops on the outside on the Killer Kelly. So let me know if you haven't already who you're taking for this match, whether you're taking Emmy or you're taking Killer Kelly. As still we're about to head into halftime. We've got Michigan up 10-0 and Florida State still up 3-0. Both scores about to head into the halftime. Interesting right now. On a side note, I feel like if everybody wins out, Michigan's number one. I would say Washington's number 2, Florida State number 3, Alabama number 4. Actually, fuck. I wouldn't do that because then you get Alabama, Michigan out the gate. You probably move Alabama to like number 3. You get like Alabama versus Florida State, and you get Michigan versus Washington. So that's probably your playoff games. I think Georgia might be out of this after losing the SEC championship. Killer Kelly for the win. As I'm getting Lana interviewed backstage right now. Oh, Miro showing up just causing a ruckus. I need to do what? Like, how are these two that have a very much thriving marriage seem more separated than Jada Pinkett and Will Smith, who have been separated since like what, 2007? The fuck is going on here? I'm watching the main event of the UFC Fight Night as well. Fair enough. Well, my guy, I ain't got that many screens and I don't got them reptilian eyes to where I can sit there and start splitting my eyelids. Between Collision, football, wrestling, Revolver, GCW, and UFC as well. Miro, first Bobby, now Andrade. Yeah, she's working her way through the continents. She's been around the world and yeah. Don't say Larry. Machine Gun Kelly's sister, what? Portuguese K, what? Please say Miro and Andrade are going to fight for Lana. Why? Why do we have to just go like KJ was saying there? Why do we go back to pretty much we're doing the same story we had, with Bobby Lashley? Just now we're doing it in AEW. As I've got Bryan Danielson kicking off right now. So do we get him coming out with the eye patch and everything? Does he wrestle with the eye patch? As good God, now he's really got it fucking out here. He's straight up looking like Patchy the Pirate Bryan Danielson or goddamn Snake from fucking Metal Gear. So who do we have in this match? I'm clearly going Eddie Kingston. I think this is a must-win, need to win for Eddie. If he's going to seem viable and seem credible in this tournament. Granted, I know this whole tournament seems pretty much destined for Danielson. Pun intended, I guess. But I really hope that he's got to take it out at some point. You can't have everybody in this tournament just go straight clean out. You can't have everybody run the gamut here, and everybody's. This isn't college football like we were just talking. I was just talking about earlier. You can't have 5 teams going into the end of the tournament here, all undefeated. You got to start splitting hairs here. Daniel Bryan, Mini Beard Danielson. I got Eddie winning. Trey, I knew I liked you. Killer Kelly and Masha is still a team. Yes, they are still MK Ultra. As I've got Amy. Literally, I think the entire time I was talking there, she just had Killer Kelly set up for a shoulder breaker. Eddie. If Bryan's orbital bone legit broken, he shouldn't even be wrestling right now with his concussion history. But Khan's gonna con. Yeah, and this is still the same company, like I said. It does make them weird decisions of that. They kind of have those weird spots of like, we're going to sell a seizure spot and everything that to me just kind of go a little bit too far. We all get Danielson's history, and this is still, to me, this is amazing that we're getting this on free TV, and especially just on like a Saturday versus a Wednesday, if that's your prime show. But I think this really has the potential to be a great match between Danielson and Eddie. I wish we would have kept track of how many chop spots we've got, because, again, this has felt very much like the initial match between Claudio and Brody, a very much just stalemate situation here. Granted, we don't even have contact. We have everybody just kind of reaching for it. This is like the first 3 minutes of a 5-round, title fight here. Of speaking of the UFC, to where the first 2.5 minutes of it is everybody just kind of circling each other, pawing at each other. No one's really doing anything. Did Seth take Bryan Danielson's eye? No, he took Ray's. Remember, Ray's the one that's supposed to have the robotic eye. Danielson, no, yeah. I was trying to say, I don't think it was Danielson. I was trying to remember it was Malachi or Alistair at the time, and somebody else that got yeeted off the roof too as well. Was it Danielson at that time? But yeah, you had 2 people get yeeted off the roof of Titan Towers as Killer Kelly picks up the win.
Speaking of the win.
Speaking of the Titan to my towers, what part?
Right. But we've had a lot of eye patches in AEW. We had Britt Baker, we had Adam Page. Now we got, Captain Jack Bryanson.
Yeah, again, no matter what, I think Kurt Russell keeps playing Daniel Bryan here. Either way, yeah. He's either Captain Jack, he's either fucking Snake Plissken, he's Jack Sparrow, he's something.
What about the report that came out? Apparently, Tony Khan said out loud that he, Bryan Danielson, has agreed before All In to wrestle for 3 years, which is contrary to what he's been saying publicly.
I don't think it matters.
Fair enough.
Well, no, I guess what's the controversy there to me? I think Danielson's going to go until the wheels fall off.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people believe this is his final year.
No, we're going to get, if we were going to get that, we're going to get a send-off. We're going to get, hello, my friend.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I agree with that.
We're getting it with Sting. Why the fuck will we not get it with Danielson?
I assumed we would. I mean, he came out and did that promo about his daughter. And when his daughter turned 9, I think it is, or 10, he'd give it up. And, so he's on, this is his kind of last run.
Then again, Danielson's such an odd duck. Like, he's one of those of every time you think you've figured it out, he's just like, nope.
Yeah. You're like, he loves this. He's like, yeah, but I missed the farm. Bye.
Right, but I want to raise chickens. What?
Who won the ladies?
I've got Speedball, and I'm not talking about Tony Khan on Wrestling Revolver.
A decent match between Kelly and Umi. I'll give you that. Not a great one, but it was good.
Yeah.
Mike Bailey versus Masaaki Mochizuki. One of my faves.
I was going to say, you tried to say it, and I'm going to try and correct you. I ain't going to be right.
Danny Machacho is up next.
I'm going to just say, right. Oh, so we're going back to the chops. Like I said, I know I mentioned earlier, I feel like we lost the count, but I will still wonder how many chop spots we got.
Every match. I don't have to count. Every match. How many matches has there been?
Everything.
Everything.
Matt, you can do that.
Machiaki Mazuki. Bye, Matt.
Saki. Yeah.
Don't you mean they?
Who is they? They is guys like Matt. That is they.
Who is you?
I am you. You are me. No, you is blind.
Wow. Oh. Wow. I like that by Eddie. He no-sold the suplex, but then wobbled into selling it. I like that.
I've got the reversing the. Now I got the suplex. So like you're a second or so out of me.
This is the funniest shit. Big boot by Bryan. Big boot by Bryan on the apron.
I'll get there.
As soon as you do, foot to face. We're going.
Yeah, I got boots to Kingston.
There you go. All right. Eddie wobbling on the apron, folks.
And I still stand by my statement, and I think this is why I personally love Eddie Kingston, and this is my comparable. Eddie Kingston is the DMX of pro wrestling.
Yeah, man. Listen, from the first time he showed up on AEW and he walks in and tells the cameraman to get out of his ring, and he was just a different cat from the beginning. And I thought they had a really great opportunity. He was white hot a few years ago, and it just never became anything. And it was unfortunate.
It's ironic to me that you had your almost built-in Daniel Bryan with Eddie Kingston with the Players Tribune piece and everything, and you walked away from it. You looked a gift horse in the mouth and walked, or in the mouth, not the mouse, the mouth. Where this is not 5-0 in the mouth, and then walked away from it. Pause. Right, you got that. There we go. But yeah, Eddie has just been floundering of. We all want them to really get behind him, and they just kind of won't.
Mm-hmm. I saw someone say that Mike Bailey, AEW should get Mike Bailey. I don't know if "should's" the right word. I think Bailey would do plenty fine in AEW, though. I mean, he kind of fits in with a lot of those guys, like a lot of the talent.
I think he kind of fits more better doing what he's doing.
I like him.
I almost want to say, do we want to see Bailey week to week? But I mean, we kind of do. But he's also wrestling across different promotions and through a whole gamut of competitors.
Kevin Hart of pro wrestling.
Man's just showing up whenever and wherever. But still, Mike Bailey versus Ospreay, Mike Bailey versus Omega would be fantastic. But it's how do we get there? He might be good for a one-off. It's you do it week to week.
Could you do it week to week? And I think that might be, we're getting the chop spot in the corner. Machine gun chops. But yeah, I think that's the issue. Like, again, sometimes Mike Bailey, when he does kind of get the microphone, he's just so peachy key, squeaky clean. There's not a whole lot of grit to his promos. But yeah, I mean, he does it week to week on Impact technically.
Well, I just want to touch on this. Sorry, real quick. Of Paul saying Kingston overhyped and overweight, and with then a crying emoji. Okay, so then that must be why I like him, because then that I guess that's me too. 100%. I can relate, my guy. Right. So you can have that, but I think he's phenomenal.
In a wrestling company that lacks personality, that jumps off the page, jumps through the TV,
that feels real.
And it is. It is. Yeah, that's the good part. You know what? When Moxley and him were together and they were stealing like the Young Bucks shoes, it made me like Moxley again. And then that story went, poof.
I just like to do hood things with my friends.
Yeah. Kingston destroying Danielson on the outside. But I got both men up on the top turnbuckle right now, Nick.
Facts.
DMX. Hey, yo, bitch.
You said
it.
Hey. Stop being greedy.
Why are you yelling?
All right.
I do too.
Danielson off the shotgun dropkick off the top rope.
Don't be so hard on Kofi Kingston. Good answer, Larry.
Good answer. Good answer. This is like Family Feud. Good answer. Good answer.
Right. Nick, like, my belly can relate to Kingston's belly. In fact, it's my spirit animal. Nick's like, apparently that's what you said in code.
I don't want to know why you're thinking about that, my guy. But you do you, boo-boo. You can have that. I didn't want to say I'm mad at it, but that's a little sus.
Right. I agree. Overall, AEW's booking and promoting the women's division sucks. It's not good.
Oh, as Bailey breaks up the hold.
Even the women wrestlers that people are fans of aren't doing anything. Like, again, they show up, they have a very short match. And again, there's not a whole lot of substance to that division. And listen, whether you love it or hate it, the other shows spotlighting their women in a lot of ways. They get a lot of TV time.
You get a match or a promo. Not both. You can pick one. You can either have, the Happy Meal or the Deluxe Meal. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Tony Storm is 80% of the women's TV time. Julia Hart's 15%.
Yeah, she's the other 10%.
Yeah, the rest of them share the few percentage that's left.
Right.
Since when did wrestlers have to be the perfect weight? Myron Reed. Oh, look, Gamer getting in there.
Stick it up for the big beefy boys.
Listen, wrestling was at its best when everybody looked like someone's dad. And someone's like, that was my favorite, when everybody had a fucking barrel
Bruno
on
was not a bodybuilder.
What's that?
I said Bruno was not a bodybuilder.
No, none of them were.
Motherfucker. That man looked like
all the guys.
A pack of cigars a day.
Yeah. They were just guys that beat up guys. They weren't like these hairless athletes.
That's the thing, is Vince McMahon and his bodybuilder. Vince McMahon likes big sweaty men. Came into fruition here.
Mm-hmm. Shit, the man started a.
That's how we got Lex Luger.
Yeah, 100%. Fucking kills me.
Now, I call pro.
Oh, punched him in the eye.
Oh, I was gonna say, if you're Eddie, why not just do the doink?
Poke him in the other one.
Captain Insano shows no mercy. Captain Insano sends his regards.
The crowd is into this, and they're really behind Eddie. I don't like how this is going to play out for Eds.
I was going to say, as they should be, but yeah. What is AEW, and who thou who cheereth for it must get disappointed.
Mm-hmm. Think about back in the day, man. Even the Jack guys, the big muscular guys, had a little paunch on them. Like Animal from the Legion of Doom didn't have a six-pack, but he was gigantic.
Well, they had the roid belly.
Right? Yeah. Demolition, Big Boss Man was a tubby fellow. All of them. Godfather was thick but not jacked. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
It was a different era. So I give some love to Eddie. He's a throwback.
He's a big beefy boy. Pause.
That's it. And again, like, it's like what was it, Roy Nilsson? Like, the guy in the gym all the time can't.
Big Country.
Big Country can't lose the barrel. He's stuck with it.
That's part of the momentum. That's just physics. That's how it works.
That's his genetic design, folks. Just be okay with it.
He's a genetic jackhammer. Just it might be more of a chisel than a jackhammer.
Right. Eric's saying it feels a little long tonight.
But I think when you only have, we had what, 4 matches?
5. But I think part of
the weird tag match.
Yeah, the tag match, the women's match. I think because, it felt like what was between the really good stuff wasn't very good at all. So, I mean, it felt like there was a bit of a stretch. Plus, again, we've had, this is where you kind of got to watch your booking of, you can't start the show and end the show with a lot of the same spot, right? Like a lot of the chop spots, like we saw this for the first 15 minutes. We don't want to see it for the last 10.
I actually will say, I think this is so far arguably been the best match. This hasn't really gone the way we thought it would have gone if we just had Danielson just hitting yes kick, as Eddie's just eating it. Now he's firing back.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Danielson.
yeah, it's still, you have a lot of matches that are around the Continental Classic and everything. Those need some time to breathe. Those going to need some build. This is your mid-card division now.
Right. Eddie's not a throwback. He's a throw front. Yeah. Is somebody they put his chest on upside down.
They put the trunk where the hood went.
Yeah, right. Wow, big suplex.
Spinning back fist. Oh, Danielson catches it.
Woo! I was Bam Bam. You had fucking Earthquake, Tugboat, Yokozuna.
Bam Bam was a man who was a fucking super heavyweight and could hit a moonsault.
Oh man, he was, especially back then when you saw a big guy flying like that, you were like, well, the fuck, none of them did it. None of them. It wasn't like you weren't getting all the guys doing the Vader spots and the Bam Bam spots.
Right. And I mean, not to say anything sort of sideways or anything, Wyndham was not, your muscle builder,
No.
physique. He's sitting there making jokes of it, of do the muscle man dance.
Yeah. Well, no. Wyndham, again, another guy that I'm a big fan of because, again, like KO, like Eddie Kingston, we don't all come in this very, sucked in jar. So,
Right.
It is what it is, folks. Defending the
not everybody wants to do steroids.
I got a dad bod.
Right. Dad bod's got it going on.
Right.
As now Danielson just stomping away on Eddie Kingston.
Paul, I'm in the same shape as Eddie.
That's still always, though, such a heel spot from Danielson. And literally, I'm going to grab your hands. I'm going to stomp. I'm just try and cave your fucking head in.
Yeah, such a heel spot because so ignorant. How dare you? I wonder how his face feels.
But he does those nice little, like, he'll get a tie-in or something like that. And, the ref's trying to do the count 1, 2. He's like, I have till 5. And then we'll give up the hold at like 4.5.
Mm-hmm. Oh, back nose to nose.
And Eddie just, thanks for flying. Go fornicate yourself.
Eddie looking like the monster that came out of the belly in Aliens.
Enough talking about bellies. What are you doing in my swamp?
Oh, wow. The Shining Wizard, essentially. The running knee. Oh, wow. 0-2. Keep in mind, it's Eddie's belt that's thrown in the fucking hog pile here, guys. Ouch. In the famous words of E.T. Ouch.
It's so hard to say goodbye.
Mm-hmm. So Eddie Kingston, so Jay White loses to a one-legged man. Eddie Kingston lost to a one-eyeball
one-eyed man. But still, you even have him fire up and he flips it. See, if I'm gonna do that spot with Eddie, I'm gonna flip the bird, and I get we're still on cable television, so you maybe can't be too aggressive with it. I'm doing it. He's bent down. He's given everything he has to give. He just throws it up, double bird. Danielson, knee right to the face. 1, 2, 3. Looks at it as versus, I went out on my shield versus that was close to it, but not quite.
Yeah. No, again, where does Eddie, Eddie's pretty much done. I mean, he wins one match. It's still not enough. And right now, it looks like it's going to be the Blackpool Combat Club and Swerve in the final.
Danielson's versus Swerve.
I'm just trying to think I'm trying to see how many men come out of the round robin.
And he holds up a sign saying Eddie is a bomb. Boy, if we aren't burying this motherfucker.
The funny part is, he generally works as a baby face, Bryan. It's such a heel move.
What the? You're the same guy who some people might not like you because they think you got CM Punk fired, and then you're going to drop a cardboard sign saying Eddie is a bum right on his chest after you just beat him, and he's now 0-2 in the tournament for his fucking title. 2 of his titles. The Hatui disrespect. Hatui.
Did the show? What the hell just happened? I got Bryan walking up the ramp and
Star
waving.
Wars, A New Hope. Da, 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 da.
Eddie struggling to get up.
Oh, you got that extra exclusive bonus features.
Yeah, apparently he's looking at the bum sign. It's a bum bump.
Whoa. I've got still Bailey right now going on Wrestling Revolver.
Now we're going off the air with Eddie dejected, looking at the ground, sad and intense.
So do
how many people advance out of the round robin phase? Is it 4, 6?
I think it's probably 4. 2 out of each. As I think Bailey just picked up the win. But so did we just play like the sad Charlie Brown music? Like, do, 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 do.
Yeah, pretty much. It's poor Eddie. So it tells
Does he go to WWE?
I don't know if WWE would take Eddie Kingston.
I'm wondering what you could do with Eddie Kingston in WWE. Like, it's just genuine curiosity of like, would it fit?
Like, they would need somebody like a Cody or a Punk, and I know there's no love there. But yeah, I mean, that's you'd almost need someone to advocate for. I think his age, again, the optics in the WWE, they're very, I mean, they have their exceptions, and Eddie could be an exception, but I wonder if he's too brash, at this point, can you teach
LA Knight? He's LA Knight. And maybe
I mean,
with a little bit of an edge, he's LA Knight and CM Punk rolled into one.
I think if he came in smoking, he would honestly tear it up. But I don't know if they would.
Well, it's one of those of once you don't have Eddie say win the world title, then where do you go?
I don't know.
Eddie can still float amongst the abyss. Unfortunately, he's still in AEW. Mm-hmm. In WWE, I worry if you sink to the bottom a lot quicker than you thought you would.
Well, the thing that blows my mind here, Nick, is that we finally were like, okay, it's not our favorite choice, but they're finally giving Eddie some love. He wins 2 belts. This is good for him. The guy that the underdog that we all want to get behind is finally getting some love. And now you put him in a tournament for 2 of his belts, and he is basically squashed out of the tournament like a Daniel Garcia or Jay Lethal. It's sad.
Yep. I wish I could say something more than that, because it's like I'm in a season of pain right now with the Buffalo Bills and now Eddie Kingston. It's just pain, darkness, all that I see, imprisoning me.
Right.
6 out of 10 gives Liverpool. Manny gives it 6.8. Kenny versus Ethan Page on Dynamite. What story is this? It's who's the best Canadian?
We call it left field booking.
Yeah,
that's where it comes from.
Right, but so what's your reading so far for tonight for Collision?
Man, you know what? I liked all 3 of the Continental Cup matches. Didn't love the ending of. I didn't mind the ending. I can't be picky because I think I feel bad for Eddie. I think tonight was a 7.7, a 7.
7.7. So a 7.7 or a
straight up 7. I recanted the point.
Fair enough. I'll agree with you. I'll give you a 7. I could see a 6.5. I'll give you a 7.
Okay.
But once you said point, I'm like, oh, too high.
Yeah, like I was flirting with a 0.5, but I just think the peripheral stuff wasn't solid enough for me. Kiera Hogan and Abaddon was decent. I like the fact that they're setting up something there. But if it's just a title match for Abaddon and then she's gone again, that's a problem.
Fair enough. I was going to make a joke and say of what is most of the GCW roster of flirting with a 0.5. But you can have that.
You can have that.
Nick, another a goth kid from South Park. Burn down the hot topic.
Folks,
7 out of 10 says, sorry, Dandy, 6.5. Why was Eddie even in the tourney? Because it's on his belts.
Right? I mean, some might argue the way to do this was the winner got to fight Eddie, but
well, that's what he's saying. Shouldn't he be at the end of the tournament like Shao Kahn? So
right,
Danielson's Liu Kang. He's more Kenshi out here. He
right.
couldn't see shit.
Who said that?
Yeah, he's Kenshi from Mortal Kombat. Just
Right.
he speaks through the fucking sword.
Jesus, this Billy and Kachuk guy will not go away, Nick. He will not leave me alone this week.
Fair enough.
Sorry, it's just
Nick, it's first day of the month. Both wake up, it's the first day of the month.
the fact that we snuck that in 2 shows in a row. I'm pretty impressed.
We do what we do. I'm amazed we've gone this long without too many Shrek references.
I mean, we change, we evolve.
Yeah, we move through references.
He'll be back.
Right.
Star Wars again. That's funny.
I've never had a Chick-fil-A. Thanks, Steve G. Didn't know I needed to know that, but
did someone bring up Chick-fil-A?
Apparently MD did. Apparently, what? So MD's eating Chick-fil-A for anyone who gives a shit. And apparently Steve G announced that he has never had Chick-fil-A.
Oh wait, no, this is not. Sorry,
it's the intermission replay. So
okay, I clicked on it and I was like, oh man, I clicked on the wrong show and I got out and went back in.
Yeah, no, intermission replay. So I think I'm gonna take an intermission.
Nick doesn't do well with this situation. Folks, we are on an intermission at Wrestling Revolver. Sorry, I'm getting tied up in a replay of everyone's favorite Cobra Kai character, Stingray, in a wrestling match from the last month's pay-per-view for Wrestling Revolver. If you haven't told us your rating or your feelings about what happened on Collision tonight, make sure you get in there. Make sure you give it. I want to know what you got, what you're thinking. Also, let me know if you're watching Revolver. How do you feel about that show so far? And whatever is on your mind, whether it's WWE, AEW, or beyond. Get in that chat. Say hello. Nick and I are going to hang around for a little bit longer here tonight. We've got Wrestling Revolver on. We're looking at other things. We'll keep you posted on about everything. And apparently my Leafs lost in overtime. Boo earns. Bryan is Johnny Cage after going to a hippie commune in a world. There you go. Steve G, it's so fire, bro. Cakes, always cakes. Frosted lemonade is goated. Yes. I'm smashing some Chick-fil-A right now. Pause, maybe. But yeah. Chick-fil-A has not been in Canada that long, to be 100% honest with you. One called Manders for the win. I don't have that right now. Is that an old call? What's happening on your TV right now, Damian? I got a replay. I got an intermission replay. How you feel about Abaddon on Collision? Manny, welcome. I like it. I'm happy about it. I think there's something there. Again, tying her to Julia Hart. I think that's the way to go. Don't you guys think that there's not a whole lot of it's the debate about Toni Storm, but for me, at least Toni Storm has a personality. The Toni Storm stands out. Abaddon would do the same, and if you wrote her correctly, it could mean something, right? What if she was the guard dog? And I don't mean that disrespectfully, but in I'm just digging deep here. But what if she was the bodyguard, the one you had to go through to get to Julia Hart? You know, what if Julia Hart had her on a leash and was in control of one said Abaddon, and Abaddon gets in the ring and takes out some baby faces? Just me. Y'all the goat with y'all the got. Yeah, see, you screwed me up and then I screwed me up. Y'all the got the boat wrestling channel. I think I'm going to follow you there, but yeah, we thank you very much for the compliment. What is your prediction for Blake Christian versus Alex Price for the GCW World Championship? Ooh, Alex Price is good. I'm going to go Blake though. Blake's been hot. Last time I saw Blake Christian in Ring of Honor, they were booking him as a babyface. But if you catch him on the indies as a heel, he's outstanding. He's got Christian vibes. And go figure. Blake Christian. You see what I did there? Wrestling for life greater than Fightful. Well, we like to stay a little humble, but if you think so, you're allowed to think so. And be a friend, tell a friend, because, folks, we do this all the goddamn time. We're here 7 days a week. We are back tomorrow. Luna and Anthony are going to do a watch-along of the classic Viagra on a Pole match. That's right. Billy Kidman, Shane Douglas, Tori Wilson. It's going to be fun. If you haven't seen it before, you get a chance to watch it, and you will get the reaction of Anthony and Luna. It will be a fun one, and we got more coming your way. Don't forget, next week, we're here all week long for all the wrestling. Saturday next week is Deadline and Deadline and Impact. What is Impact? Hard to Kill? No, Hard to Kill is January. What is the Impact pay-per-view coming up? MJF is the devil. I don't think so, Corey. I could be wrong. But yes, folks, make sure you hit like and subscribe. Be a part of all of it. We don't miss a minute. We try not to anyway. We had 2 shows up tonight, and 1 show's still going on. I know I'm not talking much about it, but it's just a replay at the moment as everyone's getting a piss break in. Have a night, everyone. Steve G, we always do. We always do. Too lazy to change the channel. Chick-fil-A peach milkshake banging. Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know if I've ever had a peach milkshake, to be honest. KJ's daydreaming about the alternate Earth that has a Tony Khan who knows how to book a women's division. I am, man. Let us help out. Give me a month trial. Me and Nick will show up. Give us 90 days. If we can't book your women's division better than you currently are, we will quit. But I have a feeling we got some ideas. We got action figures, wrestling figures, and again, it's just a replay, but this is part of the match from last month at Unreal. He's saying you got the best of all time. Thank you. I know what the vote is. It was just the wording of it fucked me up. I meant y'all got the boat wrestling channel. Okay, there you go. Now I can read. Guys, it's a long time here. But yes, no, we appreciate that a lot. I read it horribly. I was trying to eat and type simultaneously. Man, isn't that a fucking tough one? Get shit on your fingers and start smudging the buttons. Pause. 7 says Eric. Not bad. I'm in there with you. Listen, I like Collision tonight. I thought the matches were good. But again, we talked about little nuances, little changes that just up the show a little bit, right? Eddie Kingston's match in a big way and in large parts felt very similar to the opening match. And that's fine. But that's where we talked about in that opening match. You got these 2 brawlers, 2 big dudes that can go. If you just sell a little bit more of that, if some of these moves were coming out of desperation, 2 exhausted fighters that have been swinging for the fences since Ding Ding, to me, you leave that match going, wow, like that's a 5-star match. That's a banger of a match, especially on free TV. When you go through the motions kind of the way they do a lot, it becomes, again, you lack that emotional response, that emotional feel. Like, yeah, good match. They did really well. They did a lot of cool things, but it's pulling you into that vibe. Now, I really did like the opening match, even though it had its issues. The second match was great. I thought Andrade and Garcia were outstanding, and the main event was a whole lot of a banger. But yeah, it's just the little things, and then some of the side stuff. Just again, it could have been an 8, could have been a 9. You got to pull us in a little harder, especially especially like on a night where people are flicking around. You got to make it compelling. This is better than Fightful for sure. Loyal follower from Liverpool, Andre Nebels. Thank you, sir. We greatly appreciate those kind words. And again, we're just the new kid on the block. There's been a lot of people around here with a lot of time ahead of us, and we're not even 2 years old yet. We won't be 2 years old till 2024. We put up 3K in our first 2 years. We might even make 4K before the end of this second year here. So we appreciate it. We're just getting started. We're just getting off the ground. a lot of growing pains, a lot of learning on the fly, but we're super impressed and super humbled by the family that we've created here. And between Nick, Luna, Anthony, we appreciate you guys tuning up for all of this stuff. Don't forget, we got videos, we got shorts, we got Instagram, we got X, we got TikTok. Go give those some love. Lots of content going up. We've had a few of our shorts blow up as of late, so go check that out too. There's even some GCW on as well. Yeah, you know what, Damian? The thing with the GCW show tonight, with everything going on, it kind of got relegated because we thought the card for Wrestling Revolver was better. Not my favorite GCW card. And yeah, there's a couple good things in there. And the idea that Yamashita is going to team up with Masha, awesome. But I thought overall it was a bit of a lackluster card. And I think since GCW kind of picked up and started doing really well, I think they started booking too many shows. I think the GCW shows used to feel a little more special, but you're getting 3 and 4 a week some weeks. And to me, you're getting a lot of repeat matches, repeat spots. I felt like 2022 when they really came cooking out, especially as the lockdown ended, they were ready. They were set to take on the world. And they've done a great thing in GCW. I just felt like the 2023, in large part, just too many shows. You couldn't keep up to all of them. And I think it made some of the other shows feel a little less special. Speaking of special,
I was going to say, speaking of feeling less special, but no, 100%. Thank you for everybody. I that's why I was sneaking back in and starring all the comments of like, saying that we're better than Fightful and everything. Respectfully, I mean, we didn't say it, so it's right. All right, it's okay. It's opinions. So
again, some people have eyes for talent. That's all we can say.
Right. Well, yeah. It's still, we stand by, and I still stand by it from day one of our shit is real, our shit is raw, our shit is authentic, and we're not wrapping up. But that's still one of those 100% of you get us. You get what's going on today. You get everything 100%. There is no filter. I know. I've learned that at times the hard way.
Right.
As by the way, I'm getting the end of the replay. So if you want to fully take your pause, I will not blame you, because I saw this and was like, nope, and you're not going to hear me yell about intermissions for 20 minutes.
Yeah, just be 2 seconds because they're coming right back. But keep going, folks. Don't go anywhere. We got more people over here. We'll find friends.
Right. KJ's taking a pause for the cause here. Don't forget CJ. Well, yeah, 100% CJ, everybody. Ali, Ashley, Crist, the list goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Piff, Cliff out there, Cliff's Ramos, everything, 100%. Nanny laughing at my joke. The best thing about KJ and Big Nick is that they aren't pretentious pricks who are condescending to their audience. Oh God! Now that you said that, AMD, you have become like my favorite person. Even though I know you normally only show up when Luna's here, much like some of you. I see you. I know why you show up. At the same time, it's still, yeah. No, I'm not. Neither one of us, and I don't want to fully speak for KJ because he's not here. But we're not trained. We're not in the business. We're not, on the books for anybody. We don't get insider information because we talk nice about somebody. Christ, we got an interview out of Cole Radrick because I was out here comparing him to James Ellsworth. So if anything, we more are abrasive and have gotten across that way than, being the kiss ass society here. Facts. There we go. When Nick says our shit is raw, he's going to add a disclaimer that says we not be held responsible for any. I've never thought about that, Daniel, until now, but 100%. You're turning me into James Gordon or Gordon Ramsay. I don't know why I said James Gordon. He's terrible. You're turning me into Gordon Ramsay out here. Well, if it's raw, which still where do we think that the media rights end up for Monday Night Raw? I've seen conflicting reports of, on one hand, Turner is the front runner, at the same time, FX is the front runner that they've been trying to get Turner. Shout out to DWO. They got that nice little fucking shout out here as we're flipping through. We're still in the intermission, waiting for the second half or the end of the show to kick off here. But yeah, I've seen stuff around it being like 400,000 or 400 million, sorry. Maybe might fall underneath that and everything, which surprising to me would be, if I can remember the numbers correctly, would be, the smallest media rights out of the three of them, out of SmackDown, NXT, and Monday Night Raw. Monday Night Raw might allegedly right now, from what everybody's reporting, end up with the smallest media right deal of only 400 million. I know that seems still huge, but I think NXT was 5. I want to say SmackDown was 7. I'm again just guessing, but I know that they were all triple-digit $1 million deals. But where do we think, if Monday Night Raw ends up on Warner Discovery, is that, Tony, your competition is now knocking at your front door, I feel. MD saying, I would say Raw ends up on TNT. Interesting. I saw a lot of people also question that if they go to Warner, that they'll be moved out of time slots, much like AEW already has. But they already did that before with the Westminster Dog Show. Like, they got moved because of dogs. I'd rather get moved because of NBA action or something like that than because of dogs, respectfully. I say Warner or FX. They'd be taking a huge gamble by putting on Amazon Prime, facts, and counting on people to buy subscriptions purely to watch WWE. Well, they did it with the Peacock. Granted, initially they ran for the longest time of free deals, and you almost set it and forget it, and you sign up for a free deal or a free month or whatever, and then you forget that you're still paying for it. Amazon Prime, I think, is a gamble because, like you said right there, of you're anticipating people watching, and so what else are people getting Prime for outside of movies? You're getting it for Thursday Night Football? FX, I wonder how many people have that. Would be really interesting that almost a subsidiary of Fox takes up Monday Night Raw when Fox gave up SmackDown. I think realistically, Warner would be just the craziest play. The way that 2023 has played out, I feel like it's going to be a Warner deal. They'll go on TBS on Mondays, something like that. Maybe even a TNT on Mondays. TNT on Mondays doesn't sound terrible. But that would be super interesting if now, like I said, hey, Tony, your competition, that bald asshole you were talking about before is not only going the same night as you, he's now on the same network as you. Oh, that's a spicy meatball. What is your prediction, Jessica? Sami Callihan versus Unit. Well, right now I've got the ABC. I've got Ace Austin and Chris Bay coming out right now. But out of that match, I think for the sanctity of KJ, I will take the Unit because why am I going to blank on her name right now? Allie Catch. There we go. Thank you. I'm saying that like someone else is here. College football has been an overall dud today. Alabama won on a boring, over-conservative game. Everything else has been small mark, or maybe just both teams are actually good. Like, that's really what it could just be.
Speaking of both being really good.
Facts. It could seem like a conservative game just because both sides are really good. Like, It doesn't have to be a conservative, boring game. Because they're just trying to play to a certain way. No, they're just both good.
Right. Now I think we're getting the scramble match now.
Yeah, a day late and $1 short.
So Jake something, who, again, this is a guy that, like, does he not look like Schnitzky 2.0? Like, this is, like...
No, he looks like he should be in a tag team with fucking Boogs.
There you go. He
He
like
looks like him and Boog should be. I'm a little bit country. I'm a little bit rock and roll.
There you go. Allen Angels.
Nick, if you read my comment about Bully Ray, it's a reference to MJF and the
Devil.
Or, well, if you drop it as a super chat, we can make sure we read it. Because I don't feel like scrolling.
Right, I couldn't find. And if this doesn't work out, you guys can do Beards for Life. Yes, that is our backup plan, doing a beard channel.
No, that's the backup channel. When we don't talk about wrestling, we just talk about some other shit and everything. That'll be the backup account and everything. When we make it big time as the wrestling channel, that'll just be the side channel. That'll be like the vlog channel.
Right.
Luna, I was going to say Anthony's getting there a little bit with the hair. Luna will just have to wear the attachment beard here.
Mm-hmm. Everyone's going to have to wait till spring for me to back off on what's happening on my face right now. It's the winter situation.
I was going to say, I already laugh at everybody of it's so-and-so day into No Shave November. I'm like, I'm so-and-so year into No Shave November shit.
Well, it's like every year I want to participate in Movember, and I'm like, I'm cheating.
All right, I'm going to head start. What do I count as growth here? Pause.
I'd say Warner of FX. They'd be Warner or FX. They'd be taking a huge gamble on putting. Oh, okay, I saw that.
Well, yeah, that's the question I asked. Were you on a pause there of where do we think the TV rights for Monday Night Raw go? As I like Larry saying, vitamins for life. For life.
Sorry, I was distracted by the tag team that's coming out right now. But yeah,
I'm on a boat, motherfucker.
Quite the combo of
I'm in the ring with my flippy floppies. You at Kinko straight flipping copies.
Who? It's fucking Nick Wayne's stepbrothers.
It's the extras from Iron Claw.
They're pledges for the
Chase. Who gives a shit fraternity?
Something like, oh no, you put Hercules with Jake, they look identical. Do a side by side.
He's the bastard child of Hercules,
right? Oh my god, put a chain around his neck.
We've got Alpha, Omega, Beta right now in the fucking.
Yeah, Beta for sure. Combined total of 180 pounds coming to the ring.
Yeah, but all of like 7 foot tall.
Lanky as shit.
Right. Bull out here. The Duke starting lineup.
Oh my. Are you looking forward to Shane Taylor versus Keith Lee at Final Battle? Now they're starting to come up with matches for Final Battle. I hate that Final Battle feels like a afterthought. I don't want Keith Lee and Shane to battle. I want them to join forces.
Right. But either way, that we're now just starting to get this at a Final Battle build. Hey, like it's a good match. Just give me some motherfucking build to it.
So Jake, Ace Austin, Captain Jack Sparrow.
No, he's not Captain Jack Sparrow. We got that with Danielson earlier. He's Ayo, Captain Jack, bring me back for the railroad track.
Right. Captain Hook in the ring.
Captain Ron, not Captain Hook. Captain Ron.
Captain Ron. Monster Hunter guy. His music is this music from the Lost Boys. I love the Lost Boys. And
and Luna's marking out somewhere.
Yeah. Shout out Keith. Not that Keith.
I was gonna say Keefy D. What?
Not that Keith.
One in the Spirit Squad is this crap. What channel are you guys watching? We are watching right now Fight Plus. Fight. Well, yeah, if you get the Fight Plus, you get the $4.99 a month. Yeah. You get everything, Wrestling Revolver, etc., GCW included.
Yes.
A nice little Brucey bonus content.
As I guess these three people are fighting as one Do they are they gonna be like morphed
They
together?
equal one. They equal one. Jake.
Yeah, are they gonna morph together and become like a mega fucking wrestler?
Form of Voltron, form of Mega Douchebag.
Right, the Mega Baiter.
I am Mega Douche. Going against Optimus Primal.
The only Keith Lee I acknowledge reviews restaurants. Shout out to Keith Lee. I like that Keith Lee too.
That's the only time anyone recognized that there was another Keith Lee. They're like, who? It would be some Keith Lee thing to be upset about a restaurant in Atlanta, though, too.
Right. What do you mean I don't know how to build things? Check out this sweet collection of Lego house I made. Tony Khan. That's funny, Daniel.
He is 100%. He is the building of pro wrestling.
The building. That's my favorite.
The evil architect.
Right up there with Almond Guy Ding. Those are my two favorite dings.
What? What the fuck was that? Was that English?
Nope.
What?
Nope.
Inagata vida.
Ace Austin for the win.
Like.
I'm taking Jake something in this match.
I'm sure. I'm taking something in this match. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's Jake, but it's something.
Yeah. And I truly feel like, going back to the Tony Khan thing, I truly feel like Triple H was making a little shot across the bow, a little dig when he said, he does the media scrum. And if you guys haven't watched the WWE media scrum and compared it to an AEW medium scrum, completely night and day. Nobody's telling people how fucking wonderful they are, which is, upsetting unto itself. But Triple H answers a handful of questions, and then he looks at the camera and says, well, I'm going to let the real stars do their thing, and leaves. He's not sitting there beside them all wide-eyed and fucking bushy.
Yeah, we don't have Antonio Kanoki out there conducting the press conference or whatever. But it's even other people have said this actually sounds like an actual media scrum and actual journalists asking questions versus fan service.
Right.
Where was it? Should that have been a pause? Probably. So the boss isn't awkwardly hugging people at the press table. No, he just points. Triple H is actually a professional and also one of the goats of wrestling. Tony Khan loves making things about him. I don't think he wants to. I don't think that's his intent. I think he just doesn't know anything else.
Fact. And the hugging's got to stop.
6 feet, my guy, 6 feet. How do you like the fenced aisle way? Well, they've done it for a while on Wrestling Revolver. Like you even said with the lighting, it's kind of has that. It's still very an indie feel of. It's got like that. The show was in a warehouse type vibe. It 9 times out of 10 more the talent of the matches precede and outdo the production, I will say.
Mm-hmm. Sorry,
I was like, you there?
My apologies. You were talking to the side of my head a little bit, and I got pulled. My attention got pulled. What'd you say? No, I'm just kidding.
No, you're good. Well, I like this. KJ Nick or Triple H, SRS is Tony. See, I can't be mad at SRS. I said this earlier. I know the man was out there having a match in Magnol's gear and took a spot through the table and everything against Shazzy McKenzie or whatever the fuck. Mm-hmm. But the man raised money for mental health, so he's a dork, but he's our dork.
We're gonna do the same, and it's already been discussed. So we're gonna do some type of charity thing, and I'm gonna put Luna through a table at some point.
What?
Yeah, that's the deal.
What in the name of fucking Bubba Ray and Dixie Carter are you talking about here? Well, no, I can't. Like I said, well, even going with that of like, I know even for my birthday, our birthdays and everything, we normally do like a charity stream on the channel and everything. So I can't be mad at that. I'm just not going to get in the fucking ring. Different strokes.
It'll probably be on like a front. It would probably be on like the fucking front yard.
I am not fucking superhuman. Right. Out there, just fucking elbow drops off of trampolines into like barbed wire and shit.
I just got to ship in an American table. The Canadian ones are made stronger.
No, it'd be a door.
It would be, the side of a fucking tree. What is your prediction for Alex Shelley versus Jake Crist? Shelley. Jake.
When is that happening? Because Shelley isn't cleared.
Oh yeah, maybe that.
That's got to be coming up because Shelley's even put out there
on this card. No,
not able to go tonight.
Mm-hmm. Wow, look at this. Jake something is doing a whole lot of something with.
He's playing ping pong with this man's skull against fences.
Blueberry cheesecake on tap. I like it.
What?
Speaking of wide-eyed and bushy-tailed.
All right.
It was hilarious when he tried to hug Joe, and Joe was just like, nope, and left. Yeah, man. You don't want to be hugging up on your boss, like in public, like or in private, probably. It's not Vince McMahon here.
That's the equivalent of if you've ever been at your job and like, hey, morale's a little bit low, but we have a pizza party. Tony Khan's just sitting there at the exit door, just hugging everybody as they come out. You get a hug, and you get a hug. Did you get a gift bag? Joe, did you get a gift bag? I want to make sure you get a gift bag and a hug before you leave today.
Give me a hug. Give me a
right.
hug.
Brothers don't shake hands. Brothers got a hug.
All right. Oh, low blow on Jake something. As the three ninjas, Colt, Tum Tum, and what's the other one?
You're trying to remember the names. I fucking give you so much credit. You were trying to remember the actual names.
Colt, Tum Tum. Come on, help me out. Somebody.
I don't know SRS at this point.
That's kind of what the vibe I'm getting from these three. Look, oh, there they go. Oh, that's a nice move. Head scissors into the flip. 3 men on just something. What?
Well, this reminds me of Blue Mountain State of pro wrestling.
Rocky, yes, Rocky, Colt, and Tum Tum.
Adrian.
Thank you, Smile Mark.
Yeah, no, this reminds me of Blue Mountain State, but I do want to click on. Well, no, it wasn't just one. Bosses love pizza parties for morale. Yes, they do. It was this one I want to click on. I'm just putting you all over because it's well deserved.
Chin chin. We appreciate that. We really do. We try and remain as humble as possible, but
I was gonna say it's not just a gimmick, but you ain't helping.
But like I said, guys, we're not even 2 years old, and I look at some of these channels that have been around for 4 or 5, 6 years, and we're on the come up. That's all there is to it.
AMD, we running this rap. KJ, we running this rap. Watch out, we run.
Oh. KJ, leave Luna out of this. You have a bigger issue with Bronson Reed. Laugh my ass off. Did you just covertly call me Ivar, you son of a bitch?
God, your liking.
I'll accept that. I'll take that.
What comes around is all around.
I like Ivar. Leave him alone.
You can have that.
Boss, I got that one. You got that one, actually. Are you going to stream Alex Shelley versus Moose and Motor City Machine Guns versus Josh Alexander, Chris Saber at Final Resolution? Yes, Final Resolution. That's what I was trying to think of earlier. We will be here live. We're here for you, Damian. You know we were going to be here for all the top three.
Can we get through tonight? Like, let us get through tonight.
This man out here
signing up already.
Yeah, Damian always cracking that whip. Like,
more.
Dance, monkeys.
Let me get through tonight.
If it were Tony, he'd be having a pizza party at Chuck E. Cheese. I bought you unlimited skee ball tokens. Now hug me or else.
I'm excited because you got like the spider ring and shit.
I'm still waiting for the breaking news. Tony hugs too long. Like, I'm waiting for somebody to turn on him.
Well, no, to me, what I think is so funny, and we talked about it a bit last night, is everybody that's up in arms of, have you seen the gross income of AEW? And everybody's talking about how they're not going to be profitable. Cool. That's the gross. Show me the net.
Wow. So sorry, Nick. Somebody predicted Ace Austin, and they are correct.
I was going to say nothing but net, but
High far sounds like IKEA furniture, but yeah, the one doesn't equal the other. Again, they could be a net negative company, and no matter how much they make, I'm curious what Tony is spending annually on salary alone.
But it's funny to me, whether it's ratings, whether it's dollars, anything like that. AEW fans hate numbers getting brought up until the numbers play
Into their
in their
favor.
mind to their advantage. And then we're back to that game.
Yeah. But I mean, at the end of the day, great. Like, that's a whole lot of money. That's outstanding.
Yeah, we want it to be a number 2. We want it
Mhm.
to be there. We don't want it out. It's just don't act like you're number 1 when you're clearly not.
Ace Austin getting choked out. The Pirate is not happy.
Shout out Paul Burchill, I guess.
He's still in the ring. He says, "Are you not entertained?"
He said, so "Why is the rum gone?"
Yeah. Damian has shows for you guys in 2025.
Facts. Man's already booking. This man's our agent that we didn't hire. Respectfully, I love you, Damian, but he's already like, and you're gonna watch this, and we're gonna talk about this.
Yeah. No, nothing but love with Damian. I mean, he's literally suggested shows that we weren't watching and had graphics, and we're up live for it 3 minutes later while still being 100%. Live on the original show.
Man is the leader of the Hopium tribe, but sometimes you need to put the Hopium pipe down.
Speaking of the Hopium pipe.
What?
It's late night after hours, folks. We got more.
Then if you're gonna do, then we need to find adjusting, coordinating.
It's coming. It's coming. Patience.
Well, I'm like, this works. This works. Oh, well, how do you do?
There you go.
Now I think you're the one that doesn't work right now, my guy.
What's that?
Your background. That's all I was saying. I think you're the only outlier.
I only got so many fingers, my guy. Pause.
Pause. I'm out here doing the 5-knuckle shuffle. That's why you don't see his hands ever.
Right.
No skee ball at Chuck E. Cheese. What the
No skee ball.
That's why you need to come to Fun Spot out by me. I have the world's largest arcade. Actually out by me in the state of New Hampshire. It's literally it's 3 floors. The entire top floor is all throwback arcade machines and everything.
That's pretty heavy. That sounds like heaven. We got the bounty killer, the bounty hunter, the bounty hunter.
Man turning a blood clot, Rastafari. Here talking about the bounty hunter.
Right,
no, we have Bryan Keith, the Swisher House.
Right, we are definitely getting deep into this this live stream here tonight.
And we still only not even at 11 o'clock yet. We still got probably another hour.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah.
Thank you, MD. You got it. Folks, go drop our link in a bunch of places. Let's see how many people we get here after hours here tonight.
Right.
That shit was hilarious.
Bryan Keith coming out right now. So we're getting Bryan Keith versus Ortiz. So shout out, I guess, Pride and Powerful. The other half there, Santana became House of Glory World Champion just last night over Matt Cardona. Yeah,
big win for him. I was really surprised that it happened, but good on him. And Ortiz is going to come out and have a banger with the bounty hunter. I'm looking forward to this match.
Every time, though, because I know Bounty Keith of being like the Swisher House champion and everything, I just think of Hoop Mike Jones, Hoop Mike Jones. Full foes, I'm tipping. Wood grain, I'm gripping.
And Ortiz coming out to a telenovela theme.
Yeah.
What is this entrance song? Making my hips move.
Shakira. Oh, baby, when you talk like that. Yeah, no. Bryan Keith, to me, takes the win here.
I'll go Ortiz. I'll go up against you.
But has Ortiz really backslid?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I feel like, I give Santana credit because he pulls off the title win. But up until that, I mean, they never really came to be what we hoped they were going to be in AEW. And then as soon as you saw that back off, it got really disappointing. And then there was injuries and there was disagreements. Now they're doing a solo thing, and that good on them. They're both good wrestlers. I mean, overall, I think Santana's got a bit more of an upside.
I was gonna say, why are we gyrating out here with Ortiz?
Smooth operator. Can you find a remix?
Something. Yeah, I just realized that's literally the song he's coming out to. Smooth operator. I thought you were fucking around.
No.
No. Santana, respect. The size, I think the potential of the personality, I think he is a bit younger than Ortiz, has, the world by the grapefruits to really establish himself as a singles competitor. Ortiz, I think you're on the back nine, my guy, respectfully.
Yeah. And again, good talent. I really wish when they had first come into AEW and the tag team division was thriving, that they would have gotten a better shot. They are, to me, another example of people that were destroyed by Chris Jericho.
They should have always been kind of a trio with Eddie Kingston, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
That would have really helped to elevate everybody.
Yeah. And remember, they were like teasing it, and there was like the rivalry, and then da-da-da-da. But they didn't win enough matches. Like, they kept going under to other people. And again, I guess,
Judas in my mind.
Yeah, shit. Eddie Kingston, another example of a guy that Jericho just took the polish off of. Paul.
Right. I'm going to take everything cold off you.
Well, we're ding-dinging, folks. If you're tuning in right now, let us know who you're taking in this match. Russell's in the house. Manny's here. Larry's still here. Boston's still kicking. MDB.
We got Russell. What's up, KJ? I hear Primo going to be a free agent by 2024. Is it possible he can come back with Carlito?
Only if Epico comes too.
Oh.
My bad.
NXT. No, did we just get them Los Lotharios?
What's the situation with Carlito right now? It's very interesting that he kind of got pushed out of this story.
He's just cool. That's all it is. He's not hot. He's not cold. He's just cool.
Right. And Dragon Lee has been in his spot. I don't know.
Dragon Lee has been in the Ray spot. Dragon Lee is your new Ronald Mysterious.
But he took his spot at Survivor Series, right? Which makes you ask the question, is Carlito hurt or can he not go? What was the decision there?
No, just we're going to have the better match quality of Carlito is going to be out there 5 moves of doom. I spit in the face of who want to be cool. And then we're out of here.
Yeah, 185 likes tonight, folks. I can't thank you guys enough for that.
Murder, she wrote. Booyaka.
108, almost at 200. I wonder if we'll get it before we go home.
What? Speaking of that, A-Drop's out here. So, by the way, we do have the memberships. We do have the super chats, the super stickers. So, if you want to just cut the line and be out here just yelling out what, you do have that option.
It's true.
John, what up? I think Carlito got shoot hurt or something. I just don't think he's Carlito. He's not gonna. Your better matches between Escobar and Dragon Lee, not Escobar and Carlito. Or Carlito's coming out and probably hitting your 5 moves of doom. Gonna suck pond water for a good bit if he's got to actually, keep pace with Escobar. And you're going to expose Carlito to not be where he should be at.
Yeah, I found it and again, I think part of it had to be part of the decision making of, Dragon Lee and Santos are going to really tear it up. Yeah. And I thought they had a really good match. They tear it up, maybe not. It was a bit on the short side, but again, it's new blood, it's fresh blood. And I don't know the time frame of everything, Nick. Part of me wondered if Carlito was more of like a McMahon decision and Trips doesn't really want to fuck with him.
I just got to keep you here because he signed you. I'm
right?
still waiting for Chris Masters to show up there. Chris Adonis, and we get the Masters of the Universe.
I like it.
Tell me that wouldn't work as a pop in every now and then tag team.
Right? It'd be fun.
Dragon Lee needs to lose the ponytail on his mask. No, he needs to lose the slow motion on his entrance.
I think
Axiom
they got rid of it.
sent him a cease and desist order.
Yeah, yeah, no, that strobe is tough sometimes. I always think my shit glitches when it happens, which I guess that's the point.
I've been there. Trust me. When I was out here on NXT and everything, when you took your break from NXT, I'd be like, did I fuck up or did my TV fuck up? What happened here?
Well, and I mean, I'm making an educated guess here that a large portion of your fan base is probably feeling pretty good. So when you start blinking shit around, we get confused.
I was gonna say, well, we've got 21% on the vitamins, and then we've got 27% on the vitamins. So what is higher, folks, right now? You and your vitamins, or your rating for the wrestling across the board here collectively?
Collectively.
If you had to add your ratings per show, like if you gave each show a 7, that's a 14.
You heard of Steiner math? I got big Nick math.
You got a 33 and a third % chance of beating me at Sacrifice, but then you take into my 1.5% chance of winning.
Yeah, if you take your score you gave for the first match and then minus the point you took off for the main event, plus the 2 points you added for the opening match, plus fuck it.
Divided by your vitamin percentage, you get, I got a 75% chance of beating you, or no, what was it? I end up with 135% chance of beating you at Sacrifice.
Oh my. There.
But see, that's the thing is, even with MJF cutting that promo, I mean, it's great, but it's still AEW placates the fan service.
A little bit, and I mean, every once in a while, a little bit of a lot of it for sure. And I just think every once in a while, it works. It comes off with a pop. But I think MJF's been guilty of it at times of, taking the easy route, getting the easy pops of, I'll mention WWE and everybody will tweet about it, or I'll mention a former wrestler, or I don't know. Is he biting him? Yeah,
he bite him. He bit him. What?
Biting his face.
Vampire in Brooklyn out here with Ortiz just biting Brian Keith.
Right.
But that's the thing is, I think there's not a hard hill to climb over when it comes to getting a pop out of an AEW crowd. It's just they're normally a smaller crowd.
Very true. I still liked all the jokes of like CM Punk being tripped out about people on the hard cam side.
Well, is it interesting of how much they pretty much just took MJF talking about CM Punk and just put in Samoa Joe into that promo?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, and I still think there's something I still think there's a chance we're going to get a little bit of that. Like once Punk gets into something with somebody, there's going to be a lot of kind of those fades. But again, AEW is a little bit of like, the person that can't hold back. They just yell out the answer. I said the inside thing outside. Right?
I said intrusive thoughts are a bitch for Tony Khan.
Right. They're the friend that always takes the joke a little far. Like everyone's being sarcastic, and the guy's like, he means this. You're like, whoa, whoa.
Thank you for explaining to me what we all knew. But who breaks first as Ortiz with, kind of the pirate fall headbutt onto Brian Keith? But who breaks first? Tony Khan and AEW take a shot at Punk, or Punk gets a deliberate now, because we did have semi halfway references, what have you. We've debated that to death. But do we get a blatant shot at AEW from Punk first, or do we get a blatant shot from AEW at Punk? Which one happens first?
AEW. I think they're more inclined. I really do. I think they're more likely to have less control. Somebody will yell out CM Punk during a Moxley promo, and Mox will, tell Punk.
You don't want to know what I think.
Yeah. People made a fucking big deal about that, and I couldn't understand why. Of like, they were like, oh my God. I was like, so like, actually, in this scenario, best answer you got. You don't want to know. Bye. Like,
It's
who
the only
cares?
answer he got. That's the thing, is everyone thought he was going to have some deep fucking quote on or whatever. No, that's literally all he could think of. And they quoted it.
And Moxie, to his credit, has been on the record of saying, listen, there's baggage with both the sides around here. And if I start speaking, a lot of people are going to be pissed off. So, I mean, I will give him credit. He seems like a guy that he doesn't come off as a guy that's hiding his feelings very well. I'm sure he wears his heart on his sleeve. But, so, it's not just Punk he's got issues with.
Facts. Well, I even saw Danielson's talked about being like the head of the disciplinary committee and everything. He's like, I was on a team with like a bunch of lawyers and everything. So if you thought I was the head, good on you. But that probably wasn't the fucking case.
Dude, to me, it's just stupid. And still, it's a bad look, dude. To be 100%.
It's a weapon of mass distraction.
Yeah. And I mean, could you imagine back in the day, like, we saw it when wrestlers became bookers, how it went horribly wrong. Could you imagine like getting pulled in a room and fucking, the discipline, you're Shawn Michaels and the guy who had a discipline is Bret Hart? Fuck.
Well, no, to me, it's one of those of like saying Undertaker, because we all know the infamous stories about him like being in wrestler's court and everything. It's like saying Undertaker was the head of the disciplinary committee at WWE. It's like, no, the fuck he wasn't.
Yeah, it's like his decisions were
the locker room.
Yeah, like his decisions were legally binding. Like,
right. Yeah.
You're fired. What the fuck? Wait.
Yeah, that was like I said. To me, it was a weapon of mass distraction. It was, how can we take the heat off of Tony?
Yeah.
And put it onto somebody who can take that heat.
Yeah.
You're not going to hate on Danielson as much as you would on Tony.
100%. 100%. And I mean, again, for me, I just think Tony's a grown-ass man, and I get it. Richie rich and all, but
is he?
But he should be, and it's
should be and are two different things.
Yeah, no shit. Oh, goes for the pin, too close for the ropes. Nice call by the ref.
Right.
MJF already took a shot at CM Punk.
How?
I missed it. Let me know what he said.
Right.
And again, there was definitely things inferred in Punk's promo and comments that could lead you to surmise who and what he was talking about, right? Even including the fact that he's one of the most feared men in wrestling. I like. Wow. We got a winner, folks.
Ortiz picks up the win. Well, I think, as KJ's taking a pause here, but I think more of the reference that I know, but I think more of the reference of I'm home, etc., was more to play into the story between him and Seth than anything. It was very much if you're in the dirt sheets and you're in the nose and you're reading everything from SRS to Meltzer and so on and so forth, you're very much, oh, well, that's clearly an inside reference, etc. And I get that's what largely the Punk promo was. I still just, at this point, I just, for the sake of some men, want to watch the world burn. I want to see the pipe bomb. I want to see the explosion. I want to see fucking anarchy and chaos.
Yeah, no, and I mean,
I know NBAs, we're not going to get that, but fuck if I can't try.
Right. And again, the word is coming out now, and I don't know how true it is, but there was some thoughts, and I know I saw a fan post something like, Tony Khan, what a genius, signing those NDAs. The man's the man, F Punk or whatever. And it was just like, wait a minute. Tony Khan cannot be described as the genius in this scenario at all. And the NDAs aren't a sign of his genius. It's a sign of he really doesn't want people to know what's going on behind the scenes. Like, guys like Cornette have NDAs with this guy because everything's because if you knew what was really happening back there, it would be fucking messy.
Right. That's the thing, is it's field goal post moving, and no one wants to admit that it's field goal post moving. Because like you said, if people could talk openly about it, it probably wouldn't be as, jovial as everybody seems to act like it is.
Well, you got to sign an NDA and put your cell phone in a fishbowl when you go over to his house.
I thought that's just what swingers do.
Amen.
Cornette was down with that.
I got $1 million. Do you guys want to make a baby in front of me?
I was gonna say Cornette was down with that until he realized, Meltzer was there too.
And here comes the unit.
Speaking of units.
Speaking of units. What is your match of the night so far on Wrestling Revolver, KJ and Nick?
Ooh.
The tag match. I really like the tag match.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Rascals and Grizzled.
GYV, yeah. I think that's more just because they were there.
We got staple guns.
I didn't know the lead singer of Disturbed wrestled.
Nice shout.
Within the sound of silence. Ooh.
Yeah, dude, I was literally going to say, come on now. If you're born in a certain vintage,
oh
you've
yeah,
walked
it's
around
100%.
for the last 20 years trying to do wah.
Facts. Everybody did that. Of just, hey, can I say ooh ah?
Wah. No, it's how do you do that? When's the last time Moxley
Right.
Ambrose had sleeves?
What?
What?
When is the last time he didn't have skewers in his forehead?
That's a better question.
Right. How much of John Moxley is still John Moxley versus shrapnel? That's a question.
Right.
He might be more metal than man at this point.
Right. The decision was Khan's. Bryan just getting to the heart of it. Khan should have had the balls to deal with it himself. Fire him, be done with it, not have some team of lawyers. Yeah, don't have the scapegoat. Be the, and I know people don't always love Vince McMahon, but he didn't, he didn't make any, there was no question marks about how you stood with Vince. There was no, if you fucked around, you found out, and it didn't matter who you were.
Vince McMahon was on television openly talking about how he had gigantic grapefruits. Meanwhile, Tony Khan cut in, splice in the dude from Major League of you have no marbles.
Yeah. And again, the timing of the report coming out, because Punk's return blows up the internet, and Tony Khan's trending because everyone's like, Tony, you fucked up. Right. And then the story drops, or and then it gets followed up with an interview. So yeah, I mean, the timing of it is not a coincidence. And again, you got to be careful, because if you get somebody to sign an NDA and then you start opening those doors, be careful what you allow to be said. If you don't want shit being said.
Yeah, MAGA's already opening too many things as it is, so we don't need to open more doors.
Again,
hey, I didn't say anything.
Right.
What you read of what I said is what you read of what I said.
What is happening?
God only knows.
Alpha.
Omega.
The Prodigy. Damian Chambers is the big surprise, I guess.
What is Seth Rollins from Wish.com and from like 2013?
Wrestling unit.
Jimmy Jacobs and Seth Rollins had a child.
Fair enough.
Would be this man.
Jessica and Sammy for the win. Fair enough. Fair enough. Moxley versus Dijak. Why?
No.
The Terminator versus the Terminator.
No, I need your clothes, your boots, and your boxes. No.
Yeah, no. Yeah, you have Dijak, who, he's Dijak. And then you got Moxley.
The Dijakinator says no. Yeah. Listen to me.
Mm-hmm. Like, Nick, you have that example of, like, we recently saw Miz versus Gunther, and a lot of people bag on Miz, but Miz made it exactly what it was supposed to be: a big, powerful man versus a smaller underdog. So every time Miz threw 5 punches, Gunther threw 1, and Miz was down like a fucking, bag of dirt quick. Like that's what's missing from a lot of this.
But that's the Miz, that's Ziggler, that's a good chunk of the WWE system from early 2000s to late 2000s, respectfully towards like the 2020s and all of that, of just the big, huge selling example. We were surprised that Zigglypuff got released just because he's your guy that's going to sell every goddamn thing.
Yeah.
He would rather sell more in the match than worry about getting over more in the match.
Yeah, fair enough. No, absolutely. And right now, Sami Callihan's here. I don't know if it's the sound they're using or a mix of things here. I can't understand a fucking word. Not one.
Nope.
I'm about to order fucking fries and a shake.
Yeah.
Welcome to Yumbo.
Pull around, sir.
All right. Welcome to Yumbo Yak.
Can I have a Yumbo Yak?
Yeah. Welcome to Yak in the Box.
Oh, can I have a Yak in the Box?
And here comes Jessica Havoc.
Am I the only one that thought Allie Katch was supposed to be involved in this match at some point?
Wow. I did not know she was supposed to be in this match.
She's on the posters and everything like that. She's on all of the fucking advertisement.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Let me scroll down. You keep talking.
TK should have came out and said Punk screwed Punk. I would have been a big fan of that one.
I didn't screw CM Punk. CM Punk screwed CM Punk.
You make Tony Khan the double. He screws over MJF. And part of his big, like, sit down with JR is how he explains that.
And Vince McMahon has fully completed his get out fucking shit, and he's just transformed his fucking crazy ass mind into a younger body and just become Tony Khan.
Right? And the Khan sits down with
JR.
That's
why I signed Nick Khan, because fuck you, Shad Khan. I'm gonna turn your son into me.
Right? Just take over. Just, you know what? I don't like MJF. I didn't like Punk. I'm sick of these entitled fans driving me nuts, questioning what I do. I run shit around here, and if you don't like it, get off my D.
You make MJF your Stone Cold Steve Austin?
Yeah.
Fuck. Shit.
And no, it's even better.
Don't say it too loud. He might do it.
Right? But no one makes it better, though, is like Vince, you know, as much as Austin whooped the shit out of Vince time and time again, Vince was a big old dude, right? Where you're like, you get a shot in.
Steroids will do that. Steroids will do that.
Yeah, no shit. But if Tony is hiding behind like Big Bill and fucking Hobbs, and there's an army in front of him, and he's just back there taunting MJF, works so well.
And 100%, I think that's a fantastic idea. Again, Tony, anybody out there, just hire us for the 30-day, the 90-day, the 60-day free trial. And trust me, you'll want to invest after that. Trust me.
Satisfaction guaranteed.
Pause. Do something strange for a little piece of change. No, I like to
hang out with Tony.
Wait, what? I don't want to hang out with Tony. You just
hang out with Tony?
I don't want to hang out with Tony.
You don't tell me you don't have the time of your life. Tony, we're going out. I got you, boys. Yeah, let's go.
I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket.
Yeah, let's go.
Vince McMahon.
Right? Hey guys, you ever been in a Ferrari before? No, I haven't. Let's
go,
Tony.
Let's do it again.
I totally hang out with Tony Khan. I like the guy. I just think he's
right. He's fantastic to hang out with. He can't book the wrestling show where the fuck, but shit.
That's what all these wrestlers have done. Right? Oh, we'll be your friend. Thank you for another $1 million.
He pays them. I do it for free. He fucking pays these people.
He's fucking Al Bundy sitting on the couch. Just feeding it out. You still love me, right?
Larry saying 187 likes MDK. Where's Makito with the pizza cutter?
Killing all day, folks.
Y'all just gave Tony Khan $1 billion idea. Well,
it is a bit. Tell me that wouldn't be the hottest fucking thing they've ever done.
Anything would be.
No, but specifically, like, imagine at first everybody would be like, what the fuck? But if he sold it as like the spoiled brat that's just sick of being nice, and he's gonna drop his wallet on anybody that has a problem, I think it's money in the bank, bro.
Bro, we thought that idea. We sat there and
we've been saying
already writing the apology letters to Tony Khan if CM Punk was the devil. That's what I'm saying. Just be a member, Tony. You can sign up for the 30-day, the 60-day, what have you. Just the free sample here. It will teach you how to do what you should be doing.
Mm-hmm. I like it. Tony Khan feeding Jericho to baby faces he doesn't want to fight. He gets better, bro.
I was gonna say every way. Well, no, this is just how we would book it. Chris Jericho, you are now a jobber. You are now jobber Jericho.
Yeah, but I'm sure that doesn't work for me, brother.
I don't give a shit. Then you don't work for me, brother.
Sammy Callahan breaking a piece of wood or pause off the top of the head.
Siding something here.
It looks like siding, yeah.
Yeah. It's amazing how you have to like have a trade profession now to understand what weapons they're using and how violent they are in pro wrestling. Like, no, that's a girder, not a fucking a bed of nails and shit.
Yeah. Sorry, I made a funny face because Sammy spit in his own mouth. Figure that out.
Which is worse, that or Hangman drinking Swear's blood?
The blood's worse. But we got a staple spot.
Or actually, side question, which is worse, that the refs are out here looking like they're wearing Baltimore Orioles jerseys? Like, I would be embarrassed as shit to wear that shit out in public.
He looks
not
like
because it's Wrestler Revolver, because it looks like I played for the fucking Orioles.
He looks like Hooters kitchen staff.
Buffalo Wild Wings, brought to you by Wrestler Revolver. He's the male waitress at your Hooters.
It's definitely late night here on the channel, but
it's chaos.
I don't have a Bears, so I'm good. Man, I'm
what is Chris Farley and all them? The Bears. The Bulls.
Ooh, paper cut spots on the mouth.
Is it so weird how like that hurts, like the paper cuts between the webs of your fingers and stuff? You always feel way more than like a barbed wire baseball bat spot, because you're like, how that feels.
Mm-hmm. Well, dude, I think that's what a lot of the old what he said.
That thing.
Yeah, but that's what I think a lot of the guys like Cornette and the Dutch Mantels and the old guard, like that's, MJF says it best. Like, I can do a flip, but I do it when it matters. And it's the little things, like we talked earlier about, like if you put somebody in the corner and you give them a face wash, we all know what that does to somebody. If somebody was to rub your face, how enraged you become. And it's those little things opposed to 17 450s and 2 springboards and 94 topes and 3 Canadian destroyers and a partridge and a fucking pear tree.
Facts, but that's still why we always joke about, like, hey, anybody out there that needs a fucking booking committee or anything like that, or needs a fucking creative team, hey, how you doing? Because even like with the Claudio and Brody King match, still a good match, but we're like, you could just do this and be like 10 times better. Even I know we halfway disagree with like the women's War Games match, but at the point of my argument was more of, like you talked about there, of not using up spots, of doing spots when they matter, when they fit, versus now we're getting into, I think with this match, we're getting all the doors, we're getting all the chairs, we're getting all the furniture. Right. We're going, you delve too deep into this pool.
No, you're not wrong at all, right? And again, it's the little nuances. And I think that, to me, when people say I like Dean Ambrose better than I like Moxley, but I still think when Dean was in the matches in the dub, he was required to sell. If he didn't sell, people there would be fucking pissed right off. And now in AEW, he doesn't even sell losing. He just, the match is over. I'm just going to sit here with fucking job face.
Ring psychology, to me, is the biggest lost art that's happened in the past 20 years of pro wrestling. That has gone so much by the wayside that when we see it now, and that's why guys like a Roman, like seeing Randy come back, because that's their strength, that's their forte, that makes it that much better. Like even right when we talked about it earlier, Randy randomly hits the RKO on Aldis, and still there's 10 seconds before we go off the air, but he just, with his facials, he sells everything that was happening in that moment.
Wow, broken up 2 through the door. Jessica Havoc getting the 2 count, and gets broken up by Damian. Chambers. But yeah, I mean, ultimately,
she's got color on the side of her head, and I don't mean her hair. She's got a
juice.
Yeah, pause.
Yep.
You're on the juice. She's not Randy Orton. You're on the juice.
Right? Big choke slam from Havoc. She a big, powerful lady. Her and Dewdrop should be a tag team.
And Nia Jax just call him. I'm not going to touch that. They're all beautiful. And how you doing?
Don't get yourself Ric Flaired, my friend.
They're of age, though, so I can't get myself Ric Flaired.
Wait. I don't want to get into it.
Be close. I ain't out here asking like grandkids.
Ring psychology, great. Psychology and good selling have gone by the wayside. Yeah, in a lot of regards. And I think sometimes the interesting thing is, I think at times when we get like good psychology and the storytelling in the ring, fans will go, "Oh, that was a boring match," because it didn't have the 45 high spots. They didn't have the car wrecks. I mean, that's part of the downfall. As Sammy's got a big old hand of
the grapefruits. You need to retrain your audience here a bit. You need to temper expectations and really make things better here. As granted, A-Job's insane. I think wrestling is at its peak right now. I don't want to say it's peak, but it's in a resurgence.
Yeah, I don't think it's peaked yet. I think WWE is still shuffling the deck, still bringing in reinforcements, still, putting the Triple H stamp on everything that's happening. He inherited some things that he's got to work out. He's got to bring back some old friends. But they are shuffling the deck. But while they're shuffling the deck, they're breaking records left, right, and center. And I really do hope that, World's End is a great pay-per-view, and we go into 2024. I hope AEW has a better 2024 than they had in 2023.
Well, that's not a hard thing to accomplish, but we'll try.
Well, I mean, if it goes worse, we won't be chuckling.
It was the end of the road. But no, look at going into even Royal Rumble season, going into WrestleMania season. You could have Roman Reigns, CM Punk, Randy Orton, Cody Rhodes, Seth Rollins, Drew McIntyre, Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, and the list keeps going on and on and on. All as your WrestleMania card. And tell me we're not in a fucking glory day of pro wrestling.
Well, yeah, and then what's my biggest bellyache every time we get to WrestleMania season, Nick? And you and I have had this debate several times of I hate the 2 nights and they don't have enough talent to do 2 good shows. One's always not as good as the other. Blah, blah, blah,
oh boy, now you're a fucking liar with that.
Yeah, you can sit down and shut the fuck up, Mr. White, because this one's about to strap in and strap on. I mean, realistically, like you said, you can think of 4, 5, 6 main event level matches just in the men's. Then you sprinkle in the women's possibilities. Then you sprinkle in a couple. Like, it is definitely warrants 2 nights with all the potential talent.
Oh, 100%. And you can even have one night carry over into the second night. One night sets up the main event for the second night.
Oof.
Be a reach. But
so some dude came in and pushed some other dude. Now he's getting skewered. Sammy should do Bad Santa 3 as Santa or like the kid.
What in the name of shish kebab am I watching right now? I like Jun Kasai, the Crazy Monkey, and everything like that. But half the time, the skewer spots to me just what?
I'm not opposed to these spots, but again, what did that just add to that match? Could you have got to the finish of that match without skewering the manager, valet, friend guy?
It looks so much even more unnatural than the light tubes and the going through glass tables and everything. Like that's one of those of it just visually looks so out of place.
Yeah. And why is your instinctual reaction not to just smack them the fuck out? Like human nature, you think you're what the fuck?
I mean, granted, if I get stabbed with some shit, I might be like,
fair enough, right? A couple people pointed out that the Maple Leafs lost in overtime. I skipped over those. No offense to thank you, Alexis, and whoever else pointed it out. I appreciate the update.
I'll be his anger translator. He means all of the offense.
Yeah, I didn't want to acknowledge the OT loss.
He means you can have that. That's what he's mad at.
Right. And they've been in I don't know. I think it's ridiculous. I'm pretty sure they're leading the league in overtime games.
what is typical with I can't say nothing though because my Buffalo Bills are the same way. Like I'm just glad we're on a bye week this week so I can maybe give my fucking heart a rest.
That's it. They're on a bye week, so now you get to chirp my team for this weekend. And
you don't have a team; you have the fucking hockey team,
right? That's it. Team, take Adam. Adam.
Skewers.
This match was everything.
My guy,
for me.
I'm sorry,
Take
but if
him
it was
out.
in my head, I'm that's the first. I don't know. Is it one of those of you don't want to pull it out because you're worried you're gonna start leaking, or I might just be like, get this the fuck out of my head.
Absolutely, I'd be yanking them out of my noodle. Because you got to assume every time they bob, it's gonna sting, right? Like every time the gravity pulls it down and you bounce it back up, it's just stretching the wound.
It's just wiggling.
Yeah, no, stop it. Make your nerve.
Your head is not a fucking. Your head is not a fucking s'more.
Mm-hmm. And MDB says I can't talk right now. I'm a Blackhawks fan. Rebuild though, man. You got the best young player in the game.
Don't worry, us over at the Danbury Trashers will 100% take over Corey Perry there, being the fucking Goonie of the 2023 hockey season.
Gooey indeed, apparently.
Goonie. No, not Gooey. You fucking pervert.
I didn't do shit.
Yeah. Allegedly.
Oh, my.
If the DNA don't fit, you must have quit.
I was so waiting for the joke that I made it myself.
You jumped on the joke before it was there.
Oh, Gooey, eh?
I'll show you, Gooey.
He did a promo on Rampage that got edited out before it aired, inviting women 18 to 28 back to the hotel. No husbands or boyfriends allowed. So, yes, he did. And me and Nick are in too much of good spirits to battle on this right now, I think.
As a 74-year-old man asking 18-year-olds to come back to his hotel room. I'll just say this, it's a little quagmire. And you can take with that what you will.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, man. And like I said, it's the interesting thing with wrestling, right? Like, I expect
that's not a wrestling thing. That's not a wrestling thing.
But the reaction of, Ric Flair is Ric Flair, and
Corey Perry is Corey Perry. So he got fucking fired from his team because he did something.
Nick wants to argue this. Yeah, I mean, again, I just think it's so soft. It's not really happening, folks. It's an old man cracking wise.
What you're seeing is an old man trying to get into heaven now.
Right? He's just running his gimmick, the same gimmick he's had for 80 years. He didn't think the soft fucking marshmallowy people of the world were going to be all fucking freaked out. He didn't say children. He picked, a legal age. I give him that much. Fuck.
I understand what you're saying. I think, though, it's a bit different when you're 74 years old versus 54 years old. You can say
what's the difference? Really? 54
20 years.
54 is
AARP is the difference. That's what it is.
No, you gotta have a stance.
Retirement homes.
You gotta have a fucking stance.
Discount, early bird special. That's the discount. That's the difference.
If you think 54 is okay, you got to be good with everything above 54.
Like, I'm not saying cancel the man. I'm not saying get rid of them because to me that's the issue. When you cancel somebody, to me, people like to do this whole thing of pick and choose of what you like from what you want to keep from somebody that you want to get rid of. To me, I don't want to get rid of Ric Flair. You can still keep your mushroom drinks. You can still keep your Ric Flair drip. Just I don't need to see you on my television screen.
Yeah, I mean, again, though, that goes down to his employer. I mean, his employer decided to pay him money. Ooh, it's going to be Maclin? Somebody?
Time to evacuate.
Equals death.
And it is Maclin coming.
R-E-D. Red Maclin.
The Crimson conundrum here, I don't know.
Yeah. No,
Alex Colon, Maclin, Killer Kelly. This is a fucking murderer's row of a fucking stable.
How about this? Yeah. Belts everywhere.
Soviet squad.
Right. Larry not could say more cushion. Oh, Rick just pulling Hugh Hefner on the, and the crowd is too sensitive while cheering Swerve versus Page. They weird. Yeah, I mean, you can watch a guy drink blood, but an old guy can't make an offhanded joke. And keep in mind, he's playing a character on TV. If you caught him in the parking lot lining people up into his limo, then we got a problem. But he's running a gimmick.
He's been there, though. He's kind of been like the same guy that narrated the Dark Side of the Ring episode about the accusations toward Ric Flair is the one that's in his comments saying, "You do you, Rick."
Yeah.
What?
You do you. It's a gimmick. You don't get mad at, the other, like, it's a gimmick. Like, it's not real.
I'm not saying I'm not going the full level of cancel him. I'm just saying I don't use it cancel. I didn't like it to begin with.
I mean, it's so funny that people say wrestling's fake until they say, then if it's fake, why are we getting mad about the fake shit? It doesn't add up for me. Right?
But he's done real shit.
It doesn't matter. Like, I mean, he hasn't, we talked about this. I don't want to go down that dark road.
Fair enough.
Long season, keep the hope alive. Alex Colon, and yeah, that's a good, I mean, they're up against some stiff competition, but that's a good bet. Pause.
What in the name of Ric Flair?
Right? No shit.
Stiff competition.
Yeah. And like I said, man, keep in mind, I'm the father of a little girl. If some 70-year-old man, when she was 18, said, "Hey, baby," he'd get knocked the fuck out of his dentures real quick. That's that simple. This is how it is. Fact.
But that's the thing, is that's the issue, and I guess that's what you've got with the AEW audience. That's part of this as well.
Yeah,
the AEW audience doesn't know what's real and what's not real at times.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just, I mean, you just watched a man drink blood and you praised it and gave it 5 stars, but an old guy said a creepy thing, which tends to happen, and everyone's up in arms. It's such a weird dynamic, folks. Am I crazy?
What is the AEW audience?
Welcome to 2023, where everybody's fucking confused.
Where the points are made up. Nothing matters.
Yeah, like, again, I'm all for being creeped out by Flair. It is a creepy thing he said. I'm not denying that at all. But I mean, our standards are all fucking all over the place.
Well, that's why I'm like, I get what you said. I'll listen to you say that on a podcast or whatever. I just don't need to watch you on TV say that.
Yeah.
But if I'm Tony Khan and I'm in a hailstorm of bad optics and shit's going south right now, the last thing I need right now is Ric Flair out there just, how you doing? No, Rick, you go sit your ass on the fucking sideline.
Yeah, I feel like in the last,
you're not drawing me what's gonna offset the headache you're giving me.
And you're probably accurate with that, to be honest. And that's why we were all surprised when he showed the fuck up. But I think that right now, over the last little while, a good 60, maybe I'd say 70% of the articles and things I'm seeing online in regards to AEW tends to be negative press. Negative issues, negative things. Meanwhile, over in CM Punk land, everything's just roses and
right. But remember, he's the cancer. He was the tumor. He was the tumor. It's not a tumor.
Just in the last, you got Britt speaking out. You got Matt Hardy speaking out. You got fucking like Ric Flair saying shit.
As we do have Alex Colon and the one called Manders going at it right now in the ring. I thought we got another biting spot. But I think that does weigh into this, though, of I don't need another fucking headache right now, Rick. Like, you're supposed to be the fucking veteran in here. I don't need another headache, so I'll deal with you being sad somewhere else than you being a headache on my television.
Yeah, but Tony knows who he was getting bad with. And actually, something you said the other day, I kind of battled you on it, but again, I think you might have had a point, is that the WWE knew who they were getting in bed with, and they didn't want to be in that bed. right? They were like, no, thank you. We're good. You take your woo elsewhere.
Hunter of all people out there with evolution is a mystery. Had to be out there and the one to tell Rick twice to trim down your Hall of Fame speech. The guy that's now in charge of your creative could have had Ric Flair lined up on a Legends deal, probably at a discount, and said, you can have that. Go see what else you want to do, Rick. And goes to AEW now. We're shilling mushroom drinks and Ric Flair drip and everything. And I think it's become an unwarranted headache when Tony Khan's got enough fires he's got to put out. I don't need extra fires getting lit by people on my own fucking team.
But that's kind of been, I mean, that's, I think the biggest, the saddest part about AEW watching its growth is I think the biggest fires came from within inside. The biggest problems have become from within inside.
Tony Khan, I hate to alarm you, but the call came from inside the building.
Right. How long before we get Bob Backlund and Ric Flair running for president?
I never ate marijuana. Best quote by Bob Backlund ever.
Man, I so loved Crazy Bob. He was ridiculous. Not when they brought him back when he was kind of too far gone, but like prime Crazy Bob was wicked.
He's like what I feel if you actually unfroze Captain America, like out of a time warp, because he'd just be so out of touch with shit. Your mind would not be able to comprehend that shit. Like, think about it. If you became unfroze 40 years in the fucking future, your mind's not going to be able to comprehend what's going on. So you're just going to sound like a lunatic.
We're going to need a Travis Heckle for our fucking channel. Like somebody to do some artwork so we can put out clips like this with the fucking Backlund and Captain America.
Folks, anybody out there, this is an open audition. Come to the Treehouse. If you are an amateur artist, if you want to do thumbnails or whatever and just want to clip our shit, come to the Treehouse.
Oh, that's amazing. Team Alex Colon, we got that one. Yeah, right now it's carnage. It's just like the last match. We got garbage cans. We got right now.
And we've got Wrestling Revolver.
Maclin.
Alex Colon is wearing the proverbial crown of a trash man. Into the table.
That spot hurts because you don't know when that table's going to show up.
Yeah, no.
Oh, let's try again.
Table again, or the door. I think it's a door.
Yeah,
he's a big fan of Jim Morrison. He's going through doors.
He's going through doors. I think Biden is older than Flair. Wheel him up. Let's go. Yeah, Biden's
I'm not going to touch that with a 39.5-foot pole.
Yeah, your dude is old as shit. Ours is
I don't want to talk about the past 8 years of presidents, really, or the past 2.
I'm an amateur AI artist. I like that. Sorry.
What is everyone else on the internet?
I like it. I think they share wives at some point. Oh, who? No. What?
Not us. What?
Did Tony Khan have a significant other? Is there any discussion that he's ever had a significant other? I don't want to pry in the man's personal shit. I'm just
I just thought of thinking of Bob Dylan and everything. Cocaine.
Anyway, I'm just random.
He's out there chasing the white dragon.
But we got Maclin's in control now. Got a chair in hand. Ooh, one called Manders. Another guy with a dad bod kicking around.
Yeah. Well, looks like a motherfucker that would knock your teeth down your throat.
Mm-hmm. Anyone who uses the word, the F word, I tell them it's scripted. Well, again, you can't. I think sometimes people can't have it both ways. Of like, it's not real. We don't have to protect kayfabe. It's not a big deal. We know it's a show. And then somebody says something outlandish. You're like, I can't believe he said that. And you're like, wait a minute. People are supposed to say stupid shit on shows. They don't really mean it. Like you watch other shows that say crazy shit.
But it does. That's the thing, is that's the blessing and the curse.
Yeah.
When it comes to pro wrestling, of it
Mhm.
tiptoe by the window
Yeah.
of it skirts that line. It, to me, it is choreographed chaos.
Oh, for
Um,
sure.
it,
Yeah.
it is 100% shooting a kayfabe at the same time. It's don't ever work yourself into a shoot, brother, 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 brother. Um,
Yeah.
it tiptoes that line. The suspension of disbelief is what makes kayfabe work and what makes
Mhm.
wrestling fans maybe at times get too sideways about things.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, again, it's a slippery slope, and I mean, it's similar to like stand-up comedy and such, right? Like, like a lot of times, especially nowadays, people are like, "Remember, I'm just telling jokes." Like, you need that asterisk nowadays, and that's where
Well, you get hecklers and
when
then
you
you
get
get
like your joke.
sent back down and everything.
Yeah, we know you're doing an act, but your act offended me, and you're like, "Well, it's an act. You just said
Well,
you know
bitch,
it's
you
an
paid, so sorry
act."
about your James Storm. Sorry about your damn luck.
Right. MDB, I see your comment. We're not clicking on it, but ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Jeff Jarrett should steal the Triple Crown. Keyshawn, you're gonna give me a fucking aneurysm with these Jeff Jarrett hopes.
Right. I'm supposed to be, my cardiologist told me I'm not supposed to watch Jeff Jarrett matches or Buffalo Bills games this week and everything after recent transgressions here.
Oh
So
shit, Nick.
we need to stop talking about this.
Oh, dude.
The fucking
Suplex
guardrail
from the
just turned
top.
into a
Yeah.
taco.
And Alex Cologne took 85% of that bump.
That's why
Close
he's
eye.
out here with the Roman Reigns fucking right shield fucking pad there. He's D'Lo Brown in it.
Mm-hmm. Alex Cologne with the superplex from the top rope through the guardrail onto the floor. Huge move. Was there any more matches after this one?
Good question. So we already got that match. We already got that match. We already got Sammy Callan and Jessica. We already got Speedball. We got Killer Kelly. This might be your main event, folks.
Woo! Big spear. MDB, speaking of your previous comment, yeah, ironic that came up, didn't
You
it?
can have that. That ain't
You
one
go
on that.
right. If AEW going to more of New Japan style, Starks, MJF, Britt, Hobbs, Wardlow will be gone. Interesting. I don't know about Britt.
I don't even know about any of them, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't know about MJF either. I mean, I think he's locked in for a minute.
But it's still one of those, I don't want to bank on anybody leaving until they actually leave, because it's still how many people. I've been, on a side note, I've been deep down the rabbit hole recently of like the whole Bishop Sycamore thing. I don't know if you know about this, being out there in Canada and everything.
Under the sycamore tree, what?
We'll get to this once we get through the show. You're gonna have some homework and some things that are gonna blow your fucking mind to watch, and just realize how shitty America can be at times. But how many people are bought into, the AEW system, the AEW mindset, are out here, are true believers to Charlie Khan out here. Bought in hook, line, and sinker of, I'm going to be a big star in AEW. Cool. That ain't going to mean shit elsewhere. As goddamn fucking
tables everywhere
with the crimson mask.
Good answer, Nick. Good answer.
Now I can just think of shitty answers from Family Feud. Like, what comes after pork? Coupon. He's saying coupon.
I think one of my favorite is orange.
Bro, me and Mrs. Picnic will constantly just randomly break out into thank you, Grandma.
Thank you, Grandma. Well, we appreciate you, my guy. We appreciate you for sure.
Right.
Is Bob Backlund versus Flair the main event? Next week on Dynamite.
in 1977.
Right, next week on Dynamite.
Yeah.
MD, just don't forget to tip.
Pause. Just a tip, just for a minute, just to see how it feels. But we'll
pause.
Back to the whole Flair thing. And this is, again, going back to like what you said of Ric Flair's just going to be Ric Flair. Does he know how to not be in the spotlight? And
no!
I think, right. But so I think having him there with this is supposed to be Sting's send-off. This has become the Ric Flair show. So why the fuck do I need to keep seeing it? We already didn't like him there beyond. We didn't like him as the gift, let alone he's staying up past a week. Now he's towards the end. He's going months into this. You respect Rick. You're a GOAT. But anytime you're out there, the spotlight's on you, not Sting, who's the one retiring. Let Sting do his thing. Show up for the show in Greensboro. We don't need you every week.
Dear Tony, I wrote you and you still ain't calling.
You still ain't calling.
That's what that sounded like. But no, here's the thing. You're right on all accounts. But it's not Ric Flair's fault.
And wrong on all accounts.
No, it's not Ric Flair's fault that Ric Flair is Ric Flair. You got to look. And when you sat down and said, you know what, I think I'm going to bring Flair in. Sting wants him to come in. Is there what's the risk reward to having Flair? Well, I want the clicks. I want the notoriety. They're going to get Punk. They're going up this.
We're climbing scaffolding.
Scaffolding match. Here we come.
It's a jackal. It's jackal. It's jackal. It's scaffold. It's scaffold.
God, wasn't a jackal the first 9 times.
I'm so glad you got that joke.
Absolutely, bro. I think I threw it at you like a couple days ago when we were talking about fucking Callus. Oh, yeah, going up. I feel like people who aspire to be more in the business than just wrestler will make the jump. Again, yeah.
I don't want to see anyone make a jump here.
And keep in mind, guys.
I stay the ground. I stay low to the ground. I obey the law. Gravity is the law. I obey the law.
Right? Oh! Off the scaffolding into everybody.
Dropping off the scaffolding on everybody.
Holy shit. It was all right. Yeah, I mean, it's not beyond that. I think you still got to remember there's a good amount of wrestlers out there that grew up on WWE, that grew up on one day I will wrestle at WrestleMania. You know, you got to keep in mind that's still a factor. And that's one of the hardest things Tony's got to battle. You know, money's money, but if Tony's saying here, I got $3 million for you, and the WWE's like, I got 2.75, does their intangibles make that an even trade? Like, you know, and it depends on the wrestler for sure. But Masha?
Killer Kelly.
Okay. Thank you for turning around. The Bishop Sycamore story is wild.
Yes, it is. It's insane. Also, speaking of Matthew Justice, so is if you look up the story of Black Craft Wrestling, their one event, it's fucking wild. What? Go ahead.
I can't. I'll tell you later.
Okay.
God. Is Charlotte's fault Rick is Rick? Why is it Charlotte's fault? Right? How's that work?
Because he made her. Why?
Maclin putting on the hat with the win.
Well, yeah, because Killer Kelly was part of the whole faction out here. She's out here looking like sexy redheaded Mickey James with the cowboy hat.
Big low blow from Maclin.
And he hit a paradigm shift better than Jon Moxley. What is it with AEW wrestlers and people outside of AEW hitting their moves better than they do?
Right. Damian, I hate it. I hate. To me, Moxley's a lazy wrestler collecting a check.
Don't you say that. They're going to come for you.
I think he's
coming to take me away.
Right? Like that paradigm shift. That's a lazy paradigm shift. You put it in there like it means something. You throw it down like a fucking
suplex.
Yeah. You know, you want to convince me Moxley's worth the damn, and yeah, he's tough as nails. He loves to bleed. Great. But show me a really good wrestling match where you're into it and you actually run the psychology. When you actually take a bump that matters, you sell shit. And then, okay, I'll buy into you a little better. But just, nah.
John Moxley is Nick Gage without the criminal background and the WWE caliber.
Fair enough.
They hit fucking 5 moves of doom.
Right.
They do nothing but just take dangerous bumps. Like, it's not a Moxley match unless he bleeds. Like, that's how you know the match actually starts.
Yep. If NWA is getting CW, wait, if NWA isn't getting CW, they're not. I believe they might be. There's still some type of like, we'll throw some of your shows on our app, like in our like on-demand shit. But that's all. I think they've been downgraded.
You're just clinging on at this point. I was like, think about it.
Never let go, Jack.
Sad that James Mitchell had to take the fall for Billy Corgan's idea, because that was Corgan's idea.
Right.
Ends wrestling Revolver, by the way.
Moxley's tougher than a $2 steak. Yeah.
And 4 times is terrible.
Right. And way more. Oh, I mean, never mind. Dean Ambrose is greater than John Moxley. Interesting.
Oh, I think Mitch the Plant would argue with that.
Maybe. NWA will end on the History Channel right after Ancient Aliens.
Because it is one. And Corgan looks like one.
Oh, snap and snap.
Snap into a Slim Jim.
Well, my guy, that is 4 hours in the book officially. A fun Saturday night. Good shows. Wrestling Revolver was a little underwhelming, I think. I think it was a lot of the same shit. Good show, not bad show. Probably give it a 6.5, 7-ish.
I think the overall evening gets a 6.5. Not us. I'm saying the wrestling that we watch.
Yeah, and okay. I'll just I'll do the whole Price is Right, and I'll up you by a few cents.
What is $1, Bob? What is $1?
You're like 99 cents.
99.99.
Folks who are still here that lugged it out with us, we appreciate you. Thank you for being a part of the streams. Again, the best thing you can do for us and the nicest thing you can do for us, be a friend, tell a friend. We are legitimately growing by the minute, and we appreciate all of it. We look forward to coming back all week long. Remember, tomorrow we're going to do Viagra and a pole match with Anthony and Luna. They're going to watch the match. They're not going to reenact it at all.
You said it. You keep saying it. Go ahead. You say it.
But other than that, folks, check out all the links below. Be a part of the family. And we got more coming your way. It's not going to stop. Whew, Nick, I'm out.
Often imitated, never replicated, never duplicated. Our shit is real. Our shit is raw. Our shit is authentic. When you're talking about their wrestling, you're going to put that for life with it.
See you on the flip side, folks. We're coming back with Viagra tomorrow. Good night.